solemnly swear that my testimony that I come to give to the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions of Liberia is the truth and nothing but the whole truth. So help me God.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. We want to thank you for coming, for honoring the invitation of the Commission to appear today and contribute to our search for lasting peace and reconciliation. The Commission welcomes you and view your attendance and that of others who have come before you as a patriotic contribution to delivering our country from the past experiences into a new world of lasting peace and reconciliation. So with that, we are grateful that you came, and we say welcome again.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay. Before I introduce commissioners here present to you, I'd like to say that, and I think you are aware, that the TRC is part of the peace process. It grew out of the Accra Peace Agreement, and for the last 2 years, we've been trying to fulfill our mandate, which required that we document the root causes of the conflict and make several recommendations so that Liberia cannot return to conflict in the near future or forever. And as part of that, the TRC have identified people who we think have knowledge, have information, have experience that can help this process. And it is against that understanding that we have invited you. You are a citizen of Liberia, and you were very active with the Liberia United for Reconstruction and Development and Democracy, the LIRD movement. And when the chairman of that movement appeared, he left a lot of questions unanswered and asked us to refer to you. And if you have an understanding, or if you were here or you heard it, we hope that you also help us in providing answers to most of those questions. The chairman of the LIRD referred to you as Secretary General. So yes, against that background, we have invited you. Present at the moment is Commissioner Per Brown-Boo. She's on the right. Okay. Next to her is Commissioner Umusila. To the left is Commissioner John Stewart. And next to him is Commissioner Gerald Coleman.
Thank you, sir.
We thank you for coming, and we say it's all yours. You may remain seated, or you can use the podium.
Thank you, sir.
At your left. Okay.
So I can continue? Yeah. Can I go ahead?
Please do, sir.
Okay. Honorable Councillor Jerome Vollier, Chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, member of the commissions, members of the Fourth Estates, all former combatants present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When I receive your invitations from you to address issues allegedly linking me to human rights violations during the post-war conflict, I felt it later to go beyond mere allegations, but rather addressing issues that are the deep causes which have led to wars and conflicts in Liberia when I was Secretary General of the defunct Liberia United for Reconciliation and Democracy. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as it was enshrined in a comprehensive peace agreement in August 18, 2003, to be established in Liberia for the armed conflict during 1990, displacing our population internally and externally, ravaging our economy, polarizing the populations further, and thereby necessitating the interventions of the international community to restore peace and security to Liberia, precipitated from our manifestations which intended to restore social, cultural, economic, and political stability. We see the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions to be independent of our decisions to be taken and not to be influenced by hiding hands considering our independency. Any mistakes on the part of the commissioner, their legacy to be told in the future will be devilish. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission is not only a topic to be debated, but also a pressing preoccupation for all Liberians, most especially those that feel the walls, sitting on the fence, mute and behaving clean. As a nation emerging from 14 years of conflict, civil conflict, we cannot recover from this current state of ruins without the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In fact, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission should be considered an indispensable guide for not only the political stabilization of this country, but also the economic reconstructions and social cultural rehabilitations. For analytical convenience, let me advance an operational definition for Truth and Reconciliation. Truth and Reconciliation encompasses the rehabilitation of all facets of our country's existence, proper planning for its future to surmount its shortcomings, advance its growth and development, and reinforce its potential for more meaningful contribution to the prosperity, peace, and security of the global community. The achievement of this noble goal is a challenge we must face with unflinching resolve and boundless sacrifice. The achievement of the TRC requires sober reflections on our collective mistake of the past. It demands an honest prognosis of the systemic defects of our national political machinery. With social tension, economic convulsion, moral and ethical destruction that has left this 1847 country in its current undesirable conditions. Not rhetorics, nor pseudo-politicians telling the Liberian people's stories. I should therefore briefly reflect on where we come from in our national political life, so that we can appreciate why we are and where we are, and be in better positions to prepare for the truth and reconciliation amongst us. In 1990, Charles Taylor told Mark Hubbard, a BBC correspondent, that he launched his war to avenge the execution of the officials of the Toba administration, who were summarily executed by the People's Redemption Council in April 1980. After the revolutions, the allocations of the cabinet positions after Taylor's elections victory in 1997, as part of distributing the national cake, indicated that he religiously fulfilled his vow to the BBC journalists in 1990. He came to reinstate the pre-1980 status of the Americo-Liberians' dominance of Liberia's political, economic, and social cultural life. This trend is not good for a hefty democratic transformation in Liberia. In our quest for truth and reconciliations, the Americo-Liberians should reduce their ambitions for minority rule and bring it in proportions to our population as an ethnic category in Liberia. Doing so will go a long way in averting political discontent we usually accompanies minority rule. By hindsight, the sprawling political discontent between the May 1988 irreversibly brought Liberia to the threshold of civil war by the close of 1989. The leader of NPFL who led a rebellion that was fueled by some prominent Liberians in government today proved to rule with iron hands and ruin its fragile economy after winning the presidential election in 1997, then advancing the country's democratizations. Between 1997 to 1999, Liberians were constrained to endure so much political repressions and economic exploitation that civil wars became inevitable. The Eastwing Rebellion, which started by the disbanded Liberia United for Reconciliation and Democracy, reasons owing to this lost Charles Taylor and the tyrannies he represents. We were catalysts in that uprising. The decision to adopt armed struggle as an option in resolving the issue in our country, mainly personal integrity, civil liberty, and the provision of security for the population has been influenced by our desire to create an enabling environment for all Liberians, irrespective of tribe, religion, creed, gender, or political affiliation, and also foreign friends within our borders to live without fear. Nevertheless, this decision has been painful, but the correct one, in view of the fact that Charles Taylor was determined to continue his regime of terror on the Liberian people while holding on to power through continued use of violence and brute force. By this, the tyranny has effectively foreclosed all alternative avenue of peaceful transition. And the longer he stays in power, the greater dangers he poses to the stability of not only Liberia, but the sub-region as a whole. We have concluded that the use of constructive counter-violence will forestall his destructive 2024 ambition. Indeed, several factors have influenced these decisions. Hopes that in 1997, special elections offer the best hope for democratization and reconciliation have been dashed in an atmosphere of state terror. The worst at the time, reprisal against political opponents, have become the standard policy of Taylor's hegemony. Our desire to lay the foundations for resilient political and social structure has been the primary motive for the struggle. We were conscious of the fact that politics remain the most contentious aspect of Liberia's nightmare. The contest for presidency and preservation at all costs continue to hinder any genuine effort at reconciliation and reconstruction and reconciliations. Hence, the extent of economic collapse necessitated new thinking in politics that will give the population confidence in civil authority and administrations. While democratic elections, as we have seen in Taylor's case, did not necessarily guarantee a humane, compassionate political environment, we held the view that free and fair elections remain the best available mechanism for settling the leadership question. But we believe that election must be held under conditions devoid of terror and manipulations. A farcical election that is held for the sake of holding election is a sure receipt for future chaos. Therefore, our main political objective was to safeguard against the syndrome of the strongman leadership, with the conclusion that only an inclusive transitional government, national unity, could be formed with the participation of all political groupings and persuasion was a possible way of preparing the stage for a compassionate democratic political setting. Against this background, we have accepted a discussion held with the Interfaith Mediation Committee and ECOWAS Parliament for the first time, which precipitated the modalities talk held for the second time, which indeed had taken place, and today all of us are enjoying the blowing wind of democracy. Because of our commitment and our undivided positions to see Liberia enjoy true democracy, we work along with the international community, which includes ECOWAS, African Union, United Nations, United States of America, Britain, and France, in bringing about peace negotiation, which has led to the peace talks in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and finally prepared the ground for the Accra peace talk, which had given birth to the comprehensive peace agreement that helped to set the agenda for a future political environment that drastically departed from Taylor's chaotic and destructive posture that were consuming the sub-region at his behest. Finally, both the Civil War in 1990 and the one just ended left the country's economy in ruins, the fabrics of our society in tatters. Our educational system needs to be extensively overhauled, and our cultural heritage comes to the brink of obliterations. The country needs to be politically rehabilitated without any tiny minority ruled looming over the vast majority. We need tranquilizing respect. Honorable Jerome Vordia, Chairman of the TRC, member of the commissions, member of the Fourth Estate, all former combatants present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I submit.
Thank you very much for that presentation. You have, in the presentation, provided a philosophical justification for the formation of LORD. You have also delved into some of the root causes of the conflict. You made a number of recommendations calling for massive education and a restructuring or overhauling of our political system to ensure that all participate. We want to thank you very much for that presentation. It's just that we appreciate if you could say a little bit more about the LORD organization itself, and more especially on how you became a member and how you became a Secretary General, so that having understood why LORD was founded, we need to understand how it proceeded and how it became what it became.
Well, thank you. I think when you listen to my deliberations, it's been mentioned why cause our objectives. So any questions to be posed, you can post it, and from the questions you get to know how LORD were funded.
Yeah, that's true, but you could take this as the first question, how you became a member. And
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
LORD was founded in the year 2000. After the fragile between Taylors and Johnson, we ran away from Monrovia and everybody went to the diaspora. And it was realized that Taylor being so recalcitrant in listening to the international community, in bringing peace, applicable peace to the Liberian people, he decided to make citizens of this country, aborigines of this country, to run out of this country. So we decided to establish institutions that will be able to meet Taylor face to face so that we can make sure that we have applicable peace in Liberia. So in the year 2000, we sought asylum in Nigeria. During that process, we were able to craftily draft a document organizing the Liberians United for Reconciliation, Liberians United for Reconciliation and Democracy. And we decided to sell the idea to other parts in Africa where Liberians went to in the diaspora. So the first place we went to Ivory Coast. We sold the idea in Ivory Coast. It was bought. From Ivory Coast, we went to Guinea. We sold the idea in Guinea. It was bought. From Guinea, we ended in Freetown. The idea was bought. And while we were there were forces already on the ground that were preparing to meet Taylor. So, but when we came with our idea, we were able to supersede them, and they accepted our idea, and how LORD were established. And during that process, you have the late Roosevelt Johnson, founding member, George Joel, founding member, Abraham Lincoln, founding member, Peter L. Solo, founding member, and Speaking Joe Gbala, founding member.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
With your indulgence, we'll take a break and then return at 1 o'clock for more intensive questions and answers.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, sir.
We want to thank you.
Thank you.
For coming, and we will commence with questionings. Commissioner Sheikh Kafuma Kone will lead.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
witness. We want to thank you for coming and giving us a brief profile of your organization. We know you will recall that when Sekou Damati Kone appear and testify, so many questions were given to him, and he used to make reference to you as the Secretary General. In that, we hold the view that it seems to be the encyclopedia of Lord. And on the basis of that, we will ask you some of these questions that he did not answer. My first question, he said law had two setups, one civilian administration and the other military establishment. Which of the two that you were belonging to?
Well, thank you. I think it was stated earlier from our presentation that the Liberia United for Reconciliation's defunct Liberia United for Reconciliation and Democracy were established, and maybe when the chairman appeared here for a long time being out, he became paranoid. But as the Secretary General and the head of the Secretariat of Lord, we never had two set of Lord. Lord were established, as I stated earlier. The idea were carried around to the brothers in the diaspora, and the idea were sold, and it was bought. So groupings, the first group we met on the ground, they bought the idea and they decided to quit their operations to go in line with that of the new doctrine of Lord. So they were dogmatized by the new arrangement of Lord. And it was accepted. From there, members were given positions in the organizations. And from there, we were able to visit the positions they were operating in, that is in the front lines. And when we got there, we realized that what they had on the ground were complete semblings of what was on the ground in Liberia a few years ago. So such assembling is not good for Liberian people. Establishing a military junta and giving full leadership to the military is undemocratic. So craftily we were able to subjugate the military leadership to the political leadership. So Lord now had two divisions.
As Secretary General, were you regularly and constantly informed of what was happening in the front line? Or were you physically on the front line?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you know me very well. I dealt with you when you were the head of delegations of the Interfaith Mediation Committee. And we met. From that conference, you knew me and you know what we were for and what we wanted. And you appreciated our being with you at the time of the conference. And the conference ended, we went back. And from there, another team was established again from the same Interfaith Mediation Committee that brought in the modalities talk that were headed by Abu Bakr Salaming, the moderator at the time. So I want you to believe, I want you to know that you know me, that I'm fully cognizant of the operations of LORIT. And I stated earlier that the Secretariat comprises of the Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General for Administration, Deputy Secretary General for Civil Administrations, and Deputy Secretary General for Operations. And within this Secretariat, the Deputy Secretary General for Operations, he serves as the Defense Minister of the military, liaising with political leadership.
But you did not answer my question. Knowing you, interacting with you is one thing. My question was whether you were constantly and regularly informed of the happenings at the battlefront, or you yourself were physically present in the battlefront.
I think it's been spelled out. We had a military that is established, that is subjugated to the political leadership, and we were heading the Secretariat. So operations in all front lines, reports have been sent to the Secretariat for the political leadership to decide to see how well the war can be carried out.
You made mention of a meeting that was arranged by the Interreligious Council of Liberia in collaboration with the Interreligious Council of Sierra Leone and the ECOWAS parliamentarian. Was there any conclusion at that meeting? And if so, can you tell?
Well, since the inception of our operations, it was the first meeting. And during that meeting, a presentation was made by one of the delegation's members, by my authority as head of delegations. And all we wanted Taylor to relinquish power. And after that was submitted, the representative from Taylor's time, if my memory can serve me right, John Gray, he had a message, and we took it down. ECOWAS Parliament took it down. And from there, it was from there you people established again another more conference, which is the modalities talk.
You also talk about meeting with General Abdul Salam, the former head of state of Nigeria, who was the facilitator of the peace talk. Was there any conclusion in that meeting?
In that meeting, after we reiterated our aims and objectives, it was concluded that there will be a confab, which is the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. And they urged that everybody go to that conference. And I said to him, I said, well, mediator, you invited me for the first time, and I appear in the real conference to discuss all modalities to make sure that we come to the end of our crisis in Liberia will be present.
What do you know about allegations of massacres, killing, looting, and other atrocities alleged to have been committed by your organization? What can you say about it?
Well, our intentions were not to impose carnage on the Liberian people. But you know the definition of war. War smells nasty and dirty. Nowhere you will fight war, you will not experience calamity. but it was not our intention. So if you were informed, I don't know for which one of the sources, that human rights abuses went on, massacres went on, well, a rebel establishment military is not a standing army, but you have a standing army at the end of your crisis if you find out that your fighters were involved or your soldiers were involved in unwholesome practices that is not in line with that of your operations, they can be punished. So there's not a standing army. Massacre you talked about, it was not intentional to carry on massacre. Even if we informed that massacre went on, people went there to investigate, but conclusively, we were not informed to the letter that massacre went on, because our intentions were not to carry on massacre and impose condition on Liberian people.
What do you know about one of your type fighters by the name Deku? Where is he today? If he is not alive, what happened to him?
I said it earlier, war is nasty, dirty, and it smells. While we're coming, few of us die along the way. It was unfortunate. May his soul rest in peace. Deku died during the attack from our enemy forces, which is the so-called GOL forces. He got killed in Foya.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Gbala, as I was introduced, I'm Commissioner Pearl Brown Bull, but serving on Economic Crime Committee for the TRC, as well as the Historical and Judicial Committee. And it's from that point in line I will be asking you questions. To really get started, we have to know a little more of Joe Gbala. Since we have a cross-section of our country here and those listening in Radio Land, we want to know about this man, Joe Gbala, who served not only, perhaps people only know you from Lord, hearing your voice, Lord, but your involvement in the process starts way before Lord. And could we go back to, I think you were born in Grand Jide in 1962. Is that Grand Jide County? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know how you got it, but it's correct.
Can you tell us who brought you from Grand Jide down to Monrovia? Is it correct that I was former Senator of Montserrat County, A.B. Talbot?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us when you came to Monrovia and what school you were going to? Was he paying your school fee or who you were living with? So at least the public can really know who Joe Gbala, Honorable Joe Gbala is. Thank you.
Well, are you from Grand Jide? From the union of David Gbala, late, Esther Gbala, late. My father used to be and was a prominent Liberian business entrepreneur. At the time, Dr. late William R. Talbot Jr. visited Grand Jide, and he visited my father. And from the undertakings of my father, as a general merchandiser, he was very enthused because Talbot wanted the economy of the countries to develop. So he took the predilections of my father And he told my father, he said, well, I want you to develop the Maserati group of companies. I would like you to be sole distributor from this company.
You like to be what?
He would like for my father to be a sole distributor of the Maserati group of companies.
And what were Maserati group of companies selling down there for you?
And the Maserati group of companies were manufacturers of jealousy windows, the Omo soap, the Blue Bar soap, and Satco that was selling the Land Rover Jeeps and some other materials. So he told my father, he said, well, it would not be fine that you keep all of your children here with you in Grand Jide. You will have to send them to go to school. So from there, when he left, the AB came in. So there was a fellow that AB was sponsoring from that same area by the name of Toba Wilson. He's in London now.
He's in where? London?
He's in London, Toba Wilson.
Okay.
He's in London, Tobot, T-O-R-B-E-R, not Tobot.
Okay.
Our indigenous name. And AB came into and told my father, said, well, I will sponsor your son. Wherever he lives, I'll make sure to sponsor him. So in 1979, I left my parents and came to Monrovia. First, I went to Booker Washington Institute. I was doing automotive mechanic. And later, I never ended Booker Washington Institute, matriculated at the Monrovia College Industrial Training School that I graduated from 1982. All of my fees that were paid at the Monrovia College were being paid by my foster brother, A. Benedict Toba. And he did everything. He said, Joe, the best thing for a man is to go to school and to be educated. But being educated is of twofold. It is bad to be educated food, but it's good to be educated on a good note. And my family that I came from, my people were renounced people from Grand Jide, committed people, Christian people.
Any relationship to Gbala?
No, the name is synonymous. Gbala is from Chien district. I'm from Kunabo district.
Okay. Yes, I will lead the questioning because there are certain answers I want solicited and the commissioners will ask others. So if I interrupt, I'm not being rude. I just by then would have gotten the answer that I want from you. So thank you very much, and let's go because there's so much about
no, I have no qualms with that.
People don't know. You know, when especially Sekou Damante Kone came here, and most of the things, everything we asked that he didn't know, he said, Joe Gbala knows. So we know you're a repository of a lot of history and knowledge of Lord. But doing the research on you, I found out that you have played a part in many other areas, and that's what I want to bring out through my questioning. Okay, your brother-in-law, as you call him, your foster brother-in-law, A.B. Talbot, so foster brother, the late A.B. Talbot,
yeah,
who happened to be senator, I think, from Maserati County and son of the late President William R. Talbot. He died somewhere, maybe from even your statement, he died. Later you got to know that he died. But then you were 18 years old.
Yeah.
From question when you were born in the year 1980, you were 18 years old. I also understand from my research that after Talbot was killed, you were conscripted in the AFL, the army of the Commander-in-Chief Samuel Kanyando, who was also from your ethnic tribe. Is that correct?
Well, a democratic society, you know that during my secondary days at the ROTC, and the ROTC is a science that in case of anything where the government falls short, they can use members of those to help beef up the system to see how well they can calm down situations. How I became conscripted into the AFL.
And what were your reason for joining?
My reason for joining, you know, we have three types of rights: personal integrity, civil liberty, social and economic. You have the right to protect yourself. And when the war started, people were targeted. Ethnicity were at the zenith. So we were very conscious enough to take care of ourselves. Most especially the family we came from, we never knew war. We've been business people from inceptions up to the time of the war. And my brothers, my sister, they were afraid. We were not kindness. So I did that to protect my brother and my sister. And from what I did, help us that we never went to the Freeport as others went to the Freeport and they were massacred by the so-called defunct IMPFL.
Yeah, how did you feel? Your foster brother was killed, and when you later found out the manner in which he was killed and who were responsible for his alleged mysterious disappearance from this earth, how did you feel? Because you said just when you talk how he was so nice, they went and they took you and they brought you. They sent you to BWI and they sent you to Maria College. How did you feel when you heard about his death? And maybe you could tell us, since you were so close to him and close to the ethnic group, as you say, ethnicity became hard. So perhaps maybe you could tell us the TRC, because we have to now declare him dead. In fact, former President Doe did on one day declare him dead, so we have the date. But how did you feel? And maybe you could give us some information or rumors, what you heard, how he died.
Well, my brother was in government. They were in the high ops. Unfortunately for me, he died. And nobody would protect me. I was alone. So I think it is a right that I protect myself. And the military, we had to protect our sovereignty. Ask me to see how well we can beef up the system. And the death of my brother came from what his father inherited from the colonial days. After, I think when you listen to my presentations, I said the People Redemption Council summarily executed cabinet ministers of the Turbo hegemony. And historically, a country of a people where majority of the people decide that it is right, then of course it's no sin. People were happy when people executed the 13 ministers in Liberia, and they fell because they were charged for rampant corruptions. But my brother wanted to see as how long the French embassy, unfortunately for him, he met his untimely death. I been trying to find him and I almost got caught up. From there I left and came back to where I were in Bassa community. So the death of my brother, I felt bad because the fact that he was catering to me.
Do you know where his body was placed?
At that time, I was not in military to say that I would go to area visible to know where his bodies were interred.
You even earned a rank. You became Master Sergeant of the Alpha Company in the Army. Alpha, ALPHA. That's the Army, which military force at that time was called Alpha, ALPHA.
Yes, in every institution you go to, even in school. And considering the military being an institution of one of the discipline, if you are there and you have good knowledge and good idea, you can be promoted. I have promoted Master Sergeant, and I was signed with the Alpha Company in Boys Town, along the border sharing with NPFL at the time. Boys Town, Sheffling, that's where we were assigned. We were not in the city.
So now, can I place you That was what year, during what time? Was it the beginning of the 1989 incursion and after, or was before then, during the regular Dole war period? What time he served as Master Sergeant?
The period served, after which time never stayed long and Dole got killed.
I didn't understand.
I said with the period, on the Dole period, and never stayed too long, Dole got killed.
Okay. All right. Now, give us the period little before Dole was killed, because you were in the army, and my research shows that lots of your family were involved, had come down from Grand Jide and was around the Dole mansion in the barrack. And on the day when he went down to the port, September 6, I guess, 1990, some of your relatives also went. Can you tell us about the scene, like what happened? Who decided to give truckload? Because there's some rumors like Dole just decided to go. But the other recording of the incident, like truckloads of people from Dole ethnic, from his county, I won't say ethnic, but from his county and relatives, were put in trucks, and they were there. Some were even in containers that were killed grenade. So although you were very young, but then you were even Master Sergeant, and less than 10 years ago, Dole was Master Sergeant, became President, so you were even Master Sergeant then. Can you just tell us, I know people don't like to rehearse it, but this is history, and thank you for being part of the process. Can you tell us about that, and tell us maybe how many of your relatives died, or not only that, how many people that you know in all were killed, because they too were Liberians?
The only details I'll be able to give you, you see, for some geopolitical reasons, ECOWAS became very detrimental to the peace process in Liberia at the time, for which, during the last war, we argued to the zenith that we don't want the African peacekeeping force to help the military force in Liberia. Because the fact remains that where you intend to seek safe haven, and safe haven you go to, you are not safe. So I don't want to reminiscence that. The fact remains that we are here now finding applicable solutions to our plight, to our problems. And where you will make people start to reminiscence, those that will not be mature will want to be bad, will want to revenge. There's no time now for vengeance. It's about time that we forge ahead. But at the time, it was not the instrumentality of Liberian people. For some geopolitical reasons, some pseudo-politicians in Liberia were playing between the ECOWAS, AU, and the Liberian people. And how come? Because they wanted Dole hegemony to be dethroned, so they wanted to do everything at all costs to dethrone the hegemony. And they did it. People were massacred. My family, as you were saying, that not everybody from Grand Jide are the same family.
No.
Okay. But where I came from, we are not well-read people. We are business people. So in Monrovia, when it started, nothing we could do. But the way ECOWAS, AU played the game, I'll be very blunt. A good international journalists are around, and national journalists are around the bureau. And you know that, maybe you heard of that. Bringing in trucks to take people to safe haven, you carry them and dash them down, they are not protected, and you profess that you are taking the people on a safe custody, protected custody. When you talk about protected custody, you should be able to protect the people. You took the people on a protected custody, they were not protected, and massacred. So for some geopolitical reasons, we will not be able now to start going down to the nitty-gritties.
You know, Honorable Gbala,
Yeah.
you have become sophisticated to the extent that you can use words, but just like you say, geopolitical reason, you might understand it, and you might assume that I might understand it. But as I sit here, I'm here to be able to talk for the Irish person to understand. So when you say geopolitical, I want you to please explain it, because, and you use a word just now. You said because those who are immature, when you say something or give reason, they might take advantage and get vexed. Before going further, don't you think, let's look back. As you sit here now as one of the peacemakers and want us to move forward. But our history, our past, we can't erase it. It has to be written the way it is, the way it was then, and from our past, we'll be able to move forward. So whether or not people might feel bad about it, but you all who have been the leaders, you can tell them and explain it to them in their terms, so they can understand why perhaps now as you sit there, you can look back and say that those who did it, perhaps too, they were immature and they did it that way. But anyway, after you having said, use those words, you told us, from what I understand, that ECOWAS brought trucks. And where did they bring the trucks from? And where did they pick these people from? Because we're writing history, and we must be blunt. Sometimes it's hard to say, it's painstaking, but that's the past. We are in the present. So I think it should be easy for us to say it. Can you tell me where ECOWAS took the trucks from, and where did they take these people from, and where did they carry them?
ECOWAS were based in the Freeport.
Freeport of Monrovia. They brought the trucks from the Freeport of Monrovia.
They brought the truck from the Freeport of Monrovia
and went in the
barracks.
The AFL barracks.
The AFL barracks.
Okay. In Monrovia.
In Monrovia. AFL barracks in Monrovia.
Yeah. BTC.
Yeah, BTC.
That was the Barclay Training Center.
Barclay Training Center.
So you know that history now, we own it, but we'll be gone, and our children will be asking where is AFL and what is BTC. So about how many trucks, and can you approximate about how many persons got in a truck? Just idea, everybody was just rushing.
I said it to you, they brought in the trucks, and nobody were around that were taking records of those that were getting the trucks.
Okay, but
the trucks were overloaded, and they carried these people to the Freeport, and they put them down, and from there, the only thing we heard the next day, because the truck was supposed to come by the next day to take another more batch. But from the massacre, everybody got afraid, and nobody wanted to go on the truck again.
Okay, so
when you say here that I use words geopolitical, this and that.
Yeah.
The same way I am testifying on an oath,
yeah.
The same way you are asking me on an oath.
Yeah.
So we should do things so that we will not be able to obfuscate the process.
Yeah. That was geopolitical.
Because we want everyone to say geopolitical, you should be able to know that the fact remains that you are intellectual. And when I say geopolitical, ECOWAS came in as peacemaker. And ECOWAS wanted the hegemony of those to be the throne, for which they said they were recalcitrant. So the only thing they could do is to make sure to dethrone those.
Okay.
So by that, because of their reasons best known to themselves, they decided to take people to safe havens. Now instead of safe haven, it's safe death.
Thank you for explaining the geopolitical thing that you're talking about. I might be intellectual according to you, but the people who you're talking to outside, your followers, our followers, and the Liberian common people, you have just explained what you mean. So they took these people. You said later on...
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Please, can you allow me?
Yeah?
Can you allow me?
Ella?
I said, can you allow me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think other witnesses pass here that exhibited almost like an intellectual discourse here, and comments were not made. I'm trying to, in my weak ways out, at least to give you full details, then you begin to, so I don't know.
I apologize
Thank you.
if in
I
any manner
appreciate
you
it.
think that I'm
No.
being personal.
I
No,
have no qualms.
because Honorable Gbala, it's not just us you're talking to. You're talking to the people outside, your people. And I just want them to understand you. Other people came and sat here. But when the other people got up and left, the people who listened to them to form their opinion. You know, I show you one for them to understand you, right?
Yes, I want them to
So
understand.
that's
me.
all. I have no fish to fry but to gather the facts and for all the Liberians to be part of this process. We could have just sat down, listened to you in our office on 9th Street and come up with a determination. And that determination may afford others to say, well, they didn't see, I didn't say this, I didn't do this. I want all of us to be part of this process because indeed you are. Now,
Thank you.
after, because you made your statement and these are things from your statement, it was not put in there. So I'm just bringing it in. After Joe died, was killed, and Sarah or your people were killed in that manner and people had to leave, you decided you went into the diaspora and you went to Sierra Leone. Am I
No.
correct?
No.
Or could you tell us after Joe died what happened? How did you become, because then you
After
became a
Joe-
member of ULIMO.
When Doe died, we remained in Liberia.
Okay.
And because of a continuity of war fighting here and there, we were staying in Liberia. Nobody would go anywhere.
When did you ever leave Liberia, and when did you leave Liberia after
I
Joe
left
died?
Liberia during the fracas of Taylor and Johnson, Uncle and Johnson Road.
All right. So on Taylor and Johnson, that was 1996 or 7 or when?
98.
98. September 18, 1998. So within all that time, you were in Monrovia. Can you tell me then what were you doing? From 1980 to
Successions on interim government came in. And Liberia is my home. And during this successive period of government coming in, changing government, we're staying in the country.
All right, Mr. Gbala, is it a fact that you were a member of ULIMO, and specifically ULIMO J, and also during the interim government, were you also a member of the Black Beret?
Anybody told you about the Black Beret? It's untrue. The Black Beret was untrue. I was a member of the ULIMO J, playing a role as permanent representative of the United Nations for ceasefires and violations. The records are there with the United Nations.
So did you fight were you a member of ULIMO J?
Member of ULIMO J, positions,
Yes.
permanent representative of the United Nations, ceasefire and violations.
Okay. So when ULIMO J was fighting with this fracas between Taylor and Roosevelt Johnson, did you take up arms? Did you take up a pistol or gun or anything? Did you fight besides, because this ceasefire, this position you held, demobilizing,
We're not demobilizing, ceasefire violations.
okay.
We monitor cessation of hostilities.
So each party was able to send a representative.
Every party
You
has
were
a
sent to the Disarmament and Demobilization Commission as UN representative.
No, I was not sent to a disarmament and demobilization commissions. I was sent to the UN security operations as permanent representative to the UN in Liberia on mail at the time.
Which
Union mail at the time as permanent representative on ceasefire violations.
Can you tell me which areas you served in that position?
That's the area I'm telling you about. Ceasefire violations monitor.
And which area did you cover? Did you?
We were going all over. We went Taylor's control, we went LPC control.
Did you serve in Kidman at that time?
No.
Did you serve in Bapolu?
No.
And Lower Lofa?
No, we only investigated ceasefire violations in those areas just talked about.
Okay, you investigated ceasefire violation. Okay. So the question again I asked, during that period, you never held a gun or pistol. You only served in that position under oath.
After I was appointed in that positions, before going to that positions, you were informed that I came from the AFL. From the AFL to that UNIMO positions. And we got in that position, the position is such that of humanitarian nature. So we're not carrying arms to investigate violations.
When did you escape from Monrovia to go to Lugato and to Ivory Coast? What year was it, please?
The year Taylor and Johnson had a fracas.
I said that was 1998.
Yes.
All right. Within this period, you also serve as, that's 1998 we're talking about, okay? In 1996, wasn't it 1996 you served as Deputy Director for Disarmament Program? Is that correct?
I was now Deputy Director.
You were what?
After the Disarmament Commission were established, representatives from the warring factions sent their representatives and served as coordinator of Northwestern Region.
Coordinator?
Yeah, Northwestern Region.
Northwestern Region.
Cape Mount, Lower Lofa at the time, and Bombing.
Perhaps that's what the time I was referring to when you said that you were serving, only taking, investigating ceasefire violations. But that the time and the era I was referring to.
After the commission were established, they decided to use representatives that were monitoring the ceasefire violations to be representatives of the Disarmament Demobilization Commission that were headed by John T. Richardson.
I came to it there too. I said it now. Thank you for clarifying that. All right, Mr. Gbala, we see now that you are there as representative from ULIMO serving on these positions. So it has become, after Doe is dead now, warring faction comes up and they begin to divide positions and people begin to serve based on their respective warring faction. That's how you serve as managing director of the Liberian Telecommunication Corporation. Isn't that correct?
Yes. Well,
can you tell us the period, the year you served?
Yes.
When was that?
From 2003, I began the managing director of Liberian Telecommunications to 2000.
2003 was it?
2003 to 2004 October.
2000. Was it as a result or before this ECOWAS, this comprehensive peace accord?
It is from the comprehensive peace agreement that positions were held.
Okay, so from the comprehensive peace agreement, we find that warring factions now have been given positions.
Positions were allotted to them from the comprehensive peace agreement.
That's what we are getting to. Now, Mr. Gbala, we're trying to find out what was the reason Mr. Taylor was, because you say Lord, reading from what you say, Lord came to put in a constituted government according to the Constitution, and Lord tried to get Mr. Taylor out. But let's look back at the Constitution. Mr. Taylor was elected president according to the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, the 1986 Constitution, and was inducted into office with Vice President and with the 3 branches of government in according to the Constitution of Liberia. And I think according to the Constitution, the President is supposed to serve for 6 years in office. The same Constitution gives a reason how a president will be removed according to the Constitution of Liberia. Because we said, reading what you said here, that you all wanted a constituted government. You all wanted an interim government pending election. If you take 1997 and you count 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2003, apparently it seemed that it was almost time for the election to be over, his term of office to be over, the constituted elected president, that there were no Guinness Book of Record to say that election was rigged. So the Constitution, if they wanted to remove Mr. Taylor, the procedure is to go by impeachment to the legislature to have him removed or even granted. The Constitution says in the absence of a president, the vice president should succeed. So my contention with these groups who really want democracy, Lord, but you stand for democracy, if Mr. Taylor had to be removed, in accordance, his removal was not in accordance with the Constitution of Liberia. If he had to be removed, the law says the procedure. They also say the vice president should become president and stays in office until the expiration of that period for which an election may be called. Your organization, Coming for Democracy, you all did not follow that procedure. So would you say that what you did was unconstitutional? Well, and there's a grounds in the Constitution also when people want to overthrow the government is treasonable?
Well, I will not let you develop traditions or asking commissioner questions.
No.
Okay.
I just want an
actually,
answer.
in true sense,
Yeah.
were Taylor democratic?
Sir, I would not answer whether he was democratic or not, because democracy is for the people, by the people, and of the people.
I will continue.
And you have 3 branches of government.
Let me continue.
Make up the government. Yeah.
Taylor had a criminal hegemony that he imposed on the Liberian people and was stated in my presentation. Physically, people saw in Liberia. So somebody that imposed criminality on the people, and the person you wait for impeachment, were he listening to legislature? He knew what they call legislature. These were things that were just there stated but not applied. And democratically, where these things are not applied, there is undemocratic. So Taylor was undemocratic. So let us not do things or say things to appease ourselves. Taylor was a criminal in nature.
Can you give some instances of his criminality?
Thank you. After when Taylor took over, on the special elections, because the first of its kind in Liberia to have special elections. After the special elections, Taylor gained victory. He went over in. He said to the Liberian people, "I'm the father of all of the fighters." And every warring parties embraced it. But to end with being fashionably segregative. You have Crown people in his government. You have Pele people from all walks of Liberia in his government. But he will only listen to you, only deal with you when you are in his government. Military institution, paramilitary institution were established outside the framework of the legislature. Is that democratic? So Taylor had a criminal hegemony that he imposed on the Liberian people. So the only thing Taylor could listen to, as we stated to you earlier, constructed counter-violence.
constructive
counter-violence.
And a constructive counter-violence did not kill Mr. Taylor. It killed many, as you say here, many children, innocent children, loss of lives, destruction of property, and forced displacement of people.
I said it earlier, there were now intentions to kill our Liberian people.
But you see, it was not the intention, but the direct result of your intentions.
Because you were using Himoshi, forcing the people to be with him.
Okay, now let's go back. You just talked about criminality. Let's go back to the time you served as director, 2000 managing director of the Liberian Telecommunication Corporation. During that period, that time, you visited the British Telecommunication Center in Britain, say to rejuvenate the relationship, and during that time to also re-sign the contract for traffic to be routed to Liberia and Britain. You also come about criminality. You also communicated with this London company called AC Datacom. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And you term it also as a criminal company. Could you tell us about that company and your relationship? Because they put you in a very fabulous hotel in London. And can you tell us about that?
Fabulous hotel in London?
Can you tell us about that assignment, that agreement, that company, and what it was, those transactions? Tell us about the AC Data Company.
Thank you very much. From June up to the approval of the TRC Act that got out today, you did a whole lot of extensive work for information gather. The Liberian Telecommunications, when we begin managing director of Liberian Telecommunications, if you have relatives there or you have friends there, the Liberian Telecommunication, considering her being the hub of telecommunication services provider, she was done mine. I met the Liberian Telecommunications. In a little story, I'll just say, a fellow that went with me to take over, who took over in the darkness. And there I said, well, we just came from 14-year wars. So our amenities that are destroyed, we'll do the best we can to see how well we can have them rehabilitated. So I'll take the challenge. The Liberian Telecommunications had a switch that is about almost today, because the switch is being closed, it's for 47 years old from Ericsson, ASE 10. At the time, Liberia, people thought Liberia was never going to grow. They have 20,000 subscribers, landlines, with some other amenities like telefax. And the Liberian Telecommunications, the national, let's say the private telecommunication services provider has killed the Liberian Telecommunication, considering her being a hub. And we had the British Telecom being one of our international carriers, while AT&T. Then we had Intersight as one of our international carriers controlling the satellite. So while we were in-house, I realized that AC Datacom brought in a switch in-house that were being used in-house as telefax. But from what I studied, for the few time I stayed there, because as a head of any institution, you should be able to be innovative. I got to realize, why is it important this switch? Telefax. Fax were going, fax were coming, routing traffic with other people. Our billing system went down. We couldn't even get records of our billing system. I decided to visit with them.
Visit with them where?
In London.
Okay.
Cost-free, not from Liberian Telecommunications. Cost-free from AC Datacom. And going to AC Datacom, I went with my technical consultant at YTI. He used to be one of the main directors at the time. So when we visited with them, they were wonderful for us to re-sign the contract AC Datacom with the telefax. But I realized that it was not yielding results because telecommunication is money making. You sign a contract, you don't routing traffic, you don't get anything. So I said, no. So I told Tai, I said, Tai. So Tai told me, well, let's cancel the contract here. I said, no. The people invited you, they are responsible for your accommodations. The people are responsible for your transportations. Can you cancel a contract here? And most especially you guys are Jewish guys. So what we told them, we said, well, we will still like to continue the contract, but now we're having some technical problems. So they asked, which one of the technical problems do you have? Records are there, and the former operation manager, he's with Celcom. Any other thing, and still seek information from him.
Yes.
So I said, well, we have a spectrum analyzer that is having problem. And the spectrum analyzer is for tracking the satellite. It has been in house for more than 3 years, no reparations. So I told Zif, they call him Zif, one of the CEO of AC Datacom. I said, Zif, you have to repair the spectrum analyzers. They will have some other components at the F stations, which the outdoor unit that is responsible to transmit and receive traffic. You have to have them replaced. So I called Samoa from Monrovia. I said, Samoa, what do you think will be the cost of the reparations of this spectrum analyzer? He said, well, I will contact South Africa, because South Africa is the only country that can repair them within Africa. So as a contact, he contacted, he sent the bills. To repair the spectrum analyzer, we needed about $22,000. The outdoor units for the F stations, we needed about $12,000. So I asked, I said, AC Datacom, you will have to pay for these bills, defray these bills. Then of course, I will have to get them on board to see how well we can rejuvenate our relationship. He said, well, no problem. So we were there. So I said, well, I'm going now. Before I reach to Liberia, I want the money to be remitted from AC Datacom to South Africa for these components that we want for the F stations and the spectrum analyzer. They said, well, we will do. But it was interesting. But there's some other dubious thing they were doing underneath. They were using the telefax to route traffic for other companies.
AC
Datacom. AC Datacom.
But you signed a contract with them.
Please listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay. So AC Datacom, from there I said, well, anything that you have to come to Monrovia for to sign the contract. But these components are based on our previous agreement. We will have to have this equipment operational. Then of course we can discuss operational tactics. So they said, well, we'll have to do that. So they did it. Now, as I'm telling you, the spectrum analyzer now is in South Africa.
Now it's still in South Africa.
The spectrum analyzer is in South Africa with our company.
Okay. After 4 years.
After 4 years.
Okay.
It's there now in South Africa. It's been repaired. And the outdoor units talked about, it was paid for and sent. Because the outdoor units are responsible for us routing traffic, allowing the central bank to meet on SWIFT in remittance and receiving funds. The ACDB bank, the US embassy. So later when I came back to Liberia, I realized that the contract they signed, it was not in the interest of the Liberian government. So I decided, I called the board, I informed the board, I said, well, I don't think we can continue our contracts with these people. But the spectrum analyzer, the spectrum analyzer that has been repaired, the outdoor unit that has been ordered for, these are from previous arrangement. So we will not continue the contract. And the contract will not continue. If anybody gave you information that we re-signed the contract of AC Datacom, that person will be telling you a black lie. Sorry to say.
Was the $22,000 or the $12,000 ever paid to rejuvenate?
AC Datacom, from the arrangement in-house, she was responsible to receive our international settlement. Instead of operating on telefax, she has become a carrier, receiving our international settlement. So I said, well, say you receive your international settlement, I want to believe we still have credit balance with you. So it will be wise that you try to send this equipment so that we'll be operational, so that we'll be able to discuss more. Then British Telecom came in. British Telecom said, well, we have tried earlier to inform previous management on the original AC Datacom that is not in the interest of the Liberian people, but notwithstanding, the country got our own rights to decide who to carry our traffic, who to route our traffic. So I said, well, it would be wise that I deal with British Telecom. So we have a bill of $450,000 with Intercept to be defrayed, for which Liberian Telecom was dying slowly. We had a switch in-house, DMX 100, to be commissioned. It has not been commissioned, it's now not in-house. The switch is in-house. Beside the new switch that is there now, the switch is now in-house. So British Telecom came here and said, well, British Telecom, considering you being a country telecommunications company, private telecommunication company, and you have been our carriers, and from your past record, I don't see nothing dubious. I think we can deal with you. So British Telecom were able to encourage Intercept, say, well, considering telecommunications business, I think in the future, the Liberian telecommunications will be able to defray our bills. So try to waive the bills. And that 400,000 I just talked about, were waived. And we rejuvenated our contract with British Telecom so as to route our traffic. But with other contracts we were signing, it looked as if you signed something and you don't even have anything to help yourself. We have switches that were very obsolete. Switches that were not in line to route traffic for anything. So information that we're giving you, although you try, you ascertain, but this information that we're giving you are factual.
Yes, thank you. That's what we want to know, the truth, because like what you're saying now, many people don't know about it. And you see, we still having problem with these telecommunication stuff. Since we started with the TRC, many things have been revealed that before we can even end our work, people, government and other institutions and parties concerned are taking the initiative and bringing things to light. So it's in that light that I will continue with my questioning.
You're welcome.
After leaving telecommunication, you also were allotted, based on allotment to managing director of the National Port Authority in the power sharing transitional government of Julie Bryan. But before going there, I have one more question with telecommunication.
You're coming.
When you got there, how much revenue did you generate as telecommunication managing director that you left, or revenue that you brought into government to help government? Because you know that's how government operate from these corporations and the money maritime. So when you got there, 2003 to 2004, how you met the company so down and bad off. But after you stayed there, how well did you do? How much revenue can we look in our record to see that you generated for the telecommunication?
Well, thank you. I think earlier I told you that when I talk about Liberian telecommunication was dormant. And the Liberian, when you hear telecommunication, is a huge industry. Talking about edge technology, it's a huge industry. The Liberian telecommunication were not able to even generate $1,000 a day, Liberian dollars. But the fact remains, coming from 14 years debilitating conflicts, we decided to keep on course so that our donors, international partners, can identify with us so that we can resuscitate the institutions. So the Liberian telecommunications had a switch, and besides that you had the private telecommunication service provider that came in and intercepted the entire operations. At the time, the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication were the regulatory arm, issuing licenses, responsible for issuing frequency. All of the operation of telecommunication from the past, as it used to be, were ceased. So we were there. So during the interim government, the Liberian telecommunication were subsidized by the Ministry of Finance. We were burning 250 gallons of fuel per day, F station and central office, and we are not even able to generate funds to buy 10 gallons. But the fact remains that, considering it being our national hub, we decided keeping her so that we'll be able to improve on it. So during that process, we had a company that we inherited with them on a management arrangement with the Liberian Telecommunication, Afripa. We started to talk to Afripa. I think you used to have some kind of relay telephones that were around town, routers around town. You can get it in your house and you'll be able to call from your house. So we begin to start to base on those contracts and try to encourage them to see how well we can improve the technology that will commensurate with modern technology. Through that process, the higher Ealing came in. And by the time Ealing came in, it was the time that we left. And Ealing did well by now. She brought in a switch that is in-house, that's a third generation switch called CDMA.
Okay.
That'll give you data, voice, and internet.
At least you've given us another avenue how.
So as you are saying, what kind of funds are generated? The Liberian Telecommunication were net capacity to even generate $1 a day. But the fact remains that it was one of the amenities of the country that destroyed from the war. And we coming from the background of making sure to resuscitate all of these institutions, we decided to stand by it that we'll make sure to have it resuscitated for our international partners.
So what it looked like, we just blew air in it and people were breathing but they were really dead.
Why the two people were really dead? The central bank were using it, ACD bank were using it. So we said that we were holding on to see who we can identify to have it resuscitated.
And they were not paying to government, but they were using it.
The only way you yield funds to give government dividend is when you are generating funds.
Okay, now let's go to the managing director of the port, because you got that position also through power sharing. These are the result of like the spoil from the war, so to speak. Now, when you went to the port, the free port of Monrovia, had in its revenue about $11,000 in a coffer. When you left, can you tell us what you did to the port, how much you left, and also, first, how much you left? Because at the port, am I correct to say, then that your okay, how were you paid in managing director of NP, the national?
You coming back or you going
telecom?
From?
No, we're going first, so we can see whether that progress.
I think trying
because
I want to believe you want to obfuscate the process, but you are confusing me.
No, I'm not confusing you. Are you now that I see that at the telecommunication, Liberia telecommunication, they were not generating any funds. So were you all paying employees, or how were the employees?
Considering the Liberian Telecommunications being 100% government owned, and government want to see how resuscitated, government was subsidizing the program.
Thank you. That's the question I wanted. Now, managing director of the port, how long did you serve?
I served from 2004 October to the new government taking over.
2006?
2004 October. The new government took over 2006 January 16.
January 16, 2006. Okay, from 2004 to 2006, 2 years. You were 2 years at the port.
No, not 2 years.
Yeah?
Not 2 years. Few months.
Yeah, few months.
Few months.
October 2004.
October.
That's why you said that we're trying to get figures.
October, we received our letter, and there were some hollows about taking over the port.
Yes, because we're trying to make history and put it down now.
Yeah, there were some holders of taking over the port.
Okay, but you got your letter October 2004.
I got my letter, but I did not resume duty until after the donor conference.
And when was the donor conference? We're sitting here, we don't know. And the people in radio land. But if you could please give us that information so we can really know, you know, because we're writing history now.
Well, we'll give you the full details of the port that you want.
Okay, and then you serve until January 16, 2006. Congo May was more than a year. Can you tell us what were your achievements and your challenges at the port? I've just given you a start that when you got there was $11,000 in the coffer.
We took all the port. We took all the port from a different management, and when we talk about the port, as you stated clearly, we made $11,000 in your coffer. The port was operating at deficit. You know, there are certain things that are happening in this country that people don't tell people. They lie to people. The free port was operating at deficit with 2,500 employees. And the 2,500 employees, their wage bill is almost up to let's say $250,000.
You mean the wage bill? You mean that what their salary?
Their salaries.
Yeah, let's talk to us so we can understand.
Yeah, their salaries. And the free port, that's true, it's the gateway of the country's economy. But the free port have the custom collectorate to be co-located with her, and the custom collectorate collects her own funds. And the free port only generate funds, cargo handling, dockage fees, that is ship coming in and docking. Then her properties, land that people are renting.
Cargo handling.
Cargo handling.
And
container from ship.
Containers.
To shore. Container from shore to ship.
Container fees. And dock fees too.
Dockage fee. I think DOCKAGE.
Okay.
And these funds that you generate from there, they put that litigation over more than $30 million.
Explain what is litigation about. The cases
of vendors.
Case, yeah, or something.
They took goods from people that are not being paid.
Who said they port?
They port.
So they sue them.
They sue them. Then you have employees that were there that were given compulsory leave. They put them down and they never paid them. They owe them almost 29 million Liberian US dollar. Now they're still going around running behind us. They owe them 2,500 bags of rice. And almost 27 million Liberian dollars. Besides that, vendors, people that supply stationery, people that supply lubricants, people that supply petroleum products. That if you're in a port, if you went somewhere and say you want goods, considering the kind of work you're doing, considering yourself being the gateway economy, you are responsible for shit coming. The people refused you. Until you have to come and set a bargain for them and give you goods. Go check there now. So regarding the port, as I stated earlier, the same thing we did with Telecom, we decided that considering this port being our port, only port, MIU is a National Ports Authority, that only Morel.
All the other ports.
For Sanopa, 0. Buchanan, 0. Maryland, 0. And all the employees there came to Morel, co-located with us. We forced to pay them, go just from 14-year wars. And we were paying them. So on guarding the port was in compliance with ISPS code, International Ship Port Security Code, that's been monitored by the U.S. Coast Guard.
International, say again please.
Ship to port security code, ISPS code. It's being monitored by the U.S. Coast Guard.
And we're not in compliance.
We were not in compliance. So ship flying our flag, insurance were very high out there. Even when it comes to our post security, very high. Now what caused this, the hackney of prices? Goods prices hackney. You find bag of red today, $22, tomorrow say $40. So after we studied all of this, we decided to contact our maritime IMO representative, Momolu Dukle, in London. So we contacted him and said, well, now we're not in compliance and we're having problem with the port. Our ship leave from here, get into American water, sometimes it takes 2 weeks. Are you listening? It takes only 2 weeks to berth.
You asked me if I'm listening?
No, but you see, you're still reading.
Oh yes,
So
I'm listening. The radio audience listening.
Yeah, I
The
don't want
people
to avoid your attention.
listening. No, I'm listening to you, and not
Yeah.
only that. Look,
Yeah,
everything you see, I'm writing it down
okay.
because as history, we're getting facts.
Ship flying our flag, when they get in American waters, they take only 2 weeks to berth. But it's only take 1 day to berth because of our high insurance, high security risk. So the Coast Guard visited with us here in presence of Dr. D. Muslim Cooper. She was the board chairperson at the time. So from our regional security officer that were hired from Ghana with a consortium in Israel, advised that you have to do XYZ. Why the XYZ? Communications in the port, lighting on the ports that you'll be able to operate at night, security in the port, and anybody entering and coming out of the port must have access pass. And you have to establish a national maritime committee. And the committee was established and were headed by Ananaba. Charles Ananaba. Yeah,
The committee for the insurance.
No, not insurance.
For what?
National Security, National Maritime Committee. They say you have to do an assessment of the port to know what can be done for future rehabilitations. Luckily for us, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, World Bank, came in collaboration with EU. And they spent 350,000 euros to carry an assessment of the port. So after the assessment, they were able to have an assessment plan of the port for the rehabilitation of Une Memorial Port. Then from there, the regional security officer also advised that you have to have a security assessment plan and a security plan of the port. And each of the plans just talked about, each were 55,000 US dollars.
And each of the what?
Each of the plans, the security assessment plan and the security plan.
The security assessment plan and the security plan.
And the security plan.
You all had to pay how much?
$55,000 for each.
We all paid it to the...
We pay to the company in consultations of the board that we are subjugated to.
So that was $100,000 doing
$110,000.
100. You see, I think you understand where I'm going to now, and not bad. 100.
From there again, he advised that you try to go in line with the international community because the free port were considered a military barracks. So you will have to restructure your security. So with Silver Port, that the police came in with RML presence, in presence of RML. They carried an investigation, they carried an interview with our previous security who had there. And during the security, they came up with a vetting exercise. And during the vetting exercise, they were able to experience, disqualify, qualify, pensions, those to be pensioned, and to make sure to go for retraining. So we were able to train 3 batches of security. 3 batches of security were trained. First, second, and third batch. So all the securities in the free port now were trained by our administrations with the arrangement of this, in accordance with the arrangement of CPA.
Okay, so we can see what under the board leadership of D. Mussolini Cooper as chairman of the board, and with you, what you all were doing when you only inherited $11,000, but you all were able to do a lot with the port. But you see, Honorable Gbala, thank you for the information because it shows also.
Please to end.
Yeah?
These plans I just talked about.
Yes.
Even if the World Bank would decide to rehabilitate the ports, that these plans she will have to use. And the plans are there. We left them in the port. The blueprints are there in the port. We left them there.
Okay, the blueprints and there, but whether they've been implemented, you know.
No, it's the work of the international partners with the government. The port is government owned. It's not a private entity.
Can you give me the name of that company that did the assessment plan, security assessment plan and the security plan?
Royal Hoskini from Netherlands.
Royal?
Hoskini.
Please spell it.
Hoskini. Hoskini. Royal Hoskini from Netherlands. Through the World Bank.
One thing we can bring up and show out that, you know, one can see, especially when people don't have no knowledge and anything you don't have information about, one is ignorant to it, whatever it is, that when they came for this power sharing and people were asking, they want to go to this ministry, they want to go to this place, as a result of the sacrifices they made for coming to fight the war to get certain individual, and despite the fact many people were killed, children, houses, destroyed property, and those people didn't get compensation.
In continuation to your question.
Yeah, going with a question coming. Notwithstanding that fact, and that those who fought fell for the sacrifices, they come to power share for these different offices, that they can find out that each and the elephant meat, that sometimes when you go there to these places, the meat is so tough to eat because you won't encounter their structures, their things, you know, and this could serve for others to know that when they want to really go to these places, they really need to have a good background check on it and maybe even be qualified in the areas to serve, because it's more problem there than answer. Now, going back to Lord, after you went into through not Freetown to Ivory Coast, and you join your brothers them in the diaspora to come, as they say, to remove Charles Taylor. I want first to ask the question because we asked to one of your leaders, but they refer many things to you. Were you the director of war or the secretary of war?
No, we know our director of war.
But what position was Arsene Nyenembo serving as?
I said, the executive member of the Lord. They were the people who sold the idea to Guinea, that visited were all in Guinea to make sure that the Lloyd document is adopted by their party at the time to be Lloyd.
Okay, but you see now we're getting conflicting information because your head, the leader said that was Joe Wally said he was director of war.
Joe Wally, not my leader.
No, my colleague telling me it was Joe Wally who said that. Now, anyway, was Lord considered a warring faction? What will you consider Lord? Your organization?
I'll consider Lord. I will consider law according to our revolutions. Preventive war.
Preventive war?
Preventive war.
What is that?
War that end all of the wars.
The war already there, you the preventive mechanism for the war?
Because we have series of wars in Liberia. When the other faction come, the other faction come, the other faction come. But Lord came to make sure that no more faction in Liberia.
But when Lord came, they did the same thing.
Like what?
That what we consider warring factions, because the violations from going to the 15 counties of Liberia and from the statements we have on file from the live testimonies of victims and survivors from Lord, starting from Vonchema, you came to Bommy Hills and all, Lord, the violations that we saw that will occur, people testify of massacres, killings, looting, dislodging people, and those were the same things that Ulimo, who consider themselves a warring faction, and all of those other INPFL, MPFL consider.
After Taylor won election in the country, you had Unimo K, Unimo J, LPC, and other people around. They were still around. Factions were still around.
Yes, so this is what we're saying. You will consider yourself, as you say, a preventative war.
But since we end our war, we see in the corner.
Okay, so there's a new terminology in international law now for groups, preventative war.
It's now a new terminology.
Preventative war. So the group.
Preventive war. If you check for it, you will get to know the etymology of it, and you will know the origin of it. Okay, preventive war. All right, but your other leaders who came categorized Lord in a different manner. And you said also in your paper here that the purpose for organizing war Lord was to remove Charles Taylor. In your statement. Yes, I said it earlier that after we saw the idea, they had something on the ground like that were not in semblance with democracy, for which we creatively put together to make the military to be subjugated to political leadership. So these people are telling you those things, and I come in and say those people were not the bona fide leaders of Lord. So those who claim it now, so we have certain people trying to take claim to fame, to be part of the group that removed Taylor, so they just... But if you look at the document, the document is signed by only one person representing the organization. And who was that person, please? Sekou Kone is the one that signed the comprehensive peace agreement. No other person. A delegation were established that we sent there, and when they went up there, we realized that they were not acting in accordance, so we followed them. And when we got there, the peace process ended when Sekou signed the comprehensive peace agreement. Because you said, and I'm quoting you, the Lord, the Liberian United for Reconciliation, you say, while in the diaspora, our relatives were in jail. Our relatives were witch hunt. Not in my document. I will
everybody is leaving, and so we will take time.
Now in my
I will
now
make
in my
some
presentation.
sacrifices.
That's a different version you're reading there. Now in my document.
The sacrifice to make is that to fight Taylor.
Yeah.
This was how Lord was established.
Two.
Are you aware, did you ever give any statement, interview with any group from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission?
Yeah, when camera with your group before. Gabriel Kuma.
Okay. So your statement, I'm reading from your statement, sir. And that's what you said. I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gbala,
Thank you.
for your testimony and coming to the commission.
Thank you.
In your initial testimony, you talk about the root cause of the conflict.
Yes.
You said it was because of minority rule.
Yes.
And the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is interested in knowing, besides knowing the root cause of the conflict, we also want to document as to what really happened during the 14 years of our conflict period. You will agree with me that you were very instrumental in bringing about the Truth and Reconciliation process.
Yes, I agree with you.
With the aim of ensuring that never again will
No.
Liberia return to its boot of past.
No more.
So based on that, I'll be directing some of my questions towards understanding what really happened in the Lord control area. As a leader, it will be important to sometimes, if we are giving this testimony, you said war is not nasty, there's nothing good about war.
No.
So let us think too about the common people or the victims of this war. What happened to them? The TRC have one advantage because we have visited all the 15 counties in Liberia. We have listened to the voice of the voiceless. So based on some of them testifying to the commission, I'll be asking you some questions. So thank you very much again for coming. In some of our tests, some witnesses testified before this commission that during the conflict period, Lord used civilians to transport their arms. Can you comment on that?
Well, I will not say yes, I will not say no for the fact that the civilians themselves were tired of war. And the only time if you force somebody to do certain things for you, then of course it's hard labor. We did not authorize people, force people to carry our arms and ammunitions. But the fact remains, the positions we were operating, we have fleets of vehicles, and most of the time we were not in the vegetations. Because Taylor men were not in the vegetations. Their main targets were in satellites positions. So anybody said to you that we were using civilians to carry arms and ammunition, I don't want to believe it. Or that report never came to my office.
Well, the information is that they were not even used to transport the arm. Whenever they say they are tired, they will be killed.
Well, you know, after war, people have different stories. And to be frank with you, I said earlier, our intention were not to impose hardship on the Liberian people, to make sure that everyone will be free in this country so that we enjoy ourselves. So you coming to free somebody, who you coming to free to rule what? To rule vegetation? To rule empty space? So I don't want to believe it. That never happened in our control. Anything that happened in our country, ask me, that happened, I'll be able to be very factual with you and come up with it and say it to you.
Mr. Gbala, you will agree with me that since this conflict started, everybody that took part, they always said at one point in time, they came to free the people. From 1979, when the rice riot came, they said the price of rice was high. Over 100 people died. Most of them that died, they were innocent people. They were the masses. They knew that the system was wrong, so they came to support it. So, and then all the other warring factions started coming because of marginalization. Are we trying to say that whenever there is problem, the only solution is violence? Is there any other means that we, the Liberian people, can now sit down to say, well, there are other alternatives, we can follow this route? Because now we are the future leaders. We are talking for our generation to come.
You see, I think experience is the best teacher. War was fought in this country in the colonial days. And from there, no more war. It came a time, everywhere you went to, as a Liberian, say Liberian people, it's a free state. They don't like trouble. But later on, something can cause you to do something. And we said it here. We're not fighting war in this country. We were not fighting war here. When Taylor came out with his war, we were not fighting here. Nobody was fighting here. But when Taylor came in, that he wanted the hegemony of Dodo to be the throne, he decided using a brute force. And it's from the brute force, everybody started being experienced to fighting back. The how people started fighting this country. Nobody was fighting here. Even as I told you, when I came to Moro 1979, 79, 80, I know you to pass in front of Executive Mansion. I know you went by, let's say, Bessie Street, Snapper Hill. Said area Moro, I don't go there. So I'm saying this to say that the intention of people using brute force to remove government, that was not our intention, but the government itself in power. They were not fine for us. When Taylor took over, Taylor said it to us, well, I'm now the father of the nation. Everybody accepted it. People started going around. But people were being killed, people were being snatched out innocently in this country. It's an open secret. Everybody knows.
In Lofa County, in 2000, there are information that Mr. Joe Gbala ordered a summary execution of 42%. Can you comment?
Ego.
And the people were accused of being GOL soldiers.
Yeah. To admit to you, no man will talk about himself. And I don't know which part of Lofa they are talking about. Which part of Lofa? Vonjama, the citizens are there. Now the citizens are in Vonjama. We were basing, first I was basing Kolahu, for Kolahu that basing Vonjama. The citizens are there. They will be the best to give you that information. Anybody that gave you that information is somebody just who don't know what was going on in Lofa. Because the fact remains that regarding Lofa, we make sure the civilians were taken care of, the churches, the mosques, everything were operated, schools were operated.
Now, the battle between Johnstown and Zozo, are you aware of that battle? I'm asking this question because initially, one of the commissioners asked you, say, the political and the military leader, are they one? You say yes. Everything that happened, you had information about him. Was there a battle between Johnstown and Zozo, between the government soldiers at the time and Lord?
Yeah, there were skirmishes between the so-called government soldiers and the Lord rebel. There were skirmishes.
If so, how did you treat your prisoners of war, people that were captured after a battle?
We brought down our positions. Those mistakenly that got wounded, we treated them and we felled them.
You treated them.
We treated them and fed them. And after this, I would like for you to take our website of Lord so that you'll be able to see our humanitarian policy.
Now, if we talk about the humanitarian policy, we would like to go back to how the civilians were treated in your area. Because this is some information we got from the people on the field, as I said initially, that during the transportation period where they were bringing arms to and fro, some of them were killed. What did you do to the soldiers that were responsible for these acts of violations?
Well, we have the UMCJ. Any soldier that go against our civilians. This is why in the Secretariat we have Deputy Secretary General for Civil Administration. He is responsible for the civilian. So when anything goes wrong, we make sure we call the citizens of the town, their presence, and in presence of them, we issue punitive measures for our soldiers. Punitive measures has been carried out to our soldiers, all our soldiers.
In terms of recruitment and training, how did you do your recruitment?
To admit, everybody that ran away from the diaspora, most of them were militarily oriented. We were not recruiting. But later on, recruitment went on, and the recruitment went on that people, we were fighting alongside the tailor forces that surrounded to us.
In terms of female, how many female combatant law had?
The female, we had a women auxiliary corps, and their work were to make sure they are in the medical area for treatment in case of any wounded soldier from the front lines, preparations of meal for soldiers. That's what they do. That's what they do.
How were they treated?
They were treated fairly, and they were protected.
In terms of the power-sharing government, why is it that all the time, all the women that fought along with you would never heard their name? Only on the battlefield.
Good that you came to that point. You see, our intentions were not to come to take powers and to give people powers or share power in Monrovia. So as ex-combatant or combatant, this is why the National Disarmament and Demobilization Commission were put in place to make these ex-combatant resourceful. But unfortunately for us, it was a failure. For the specialized agency, United Nations, UNDP, through whom the donors send the money, and they deployed people in our country to make sure that the money go to this disarmament demobilization, never went well. It is just in recent time the National Disarmament Demobilization Commission is doing well. Just recent time.
How was love funded, and where did you get your arms from?
I said it earlier, we came to sell our idea to people that already had arms. I think you talk about one Joe Wally that were here. They were already arms, we met them. But it happens they never have good order. So when we joined them, this is how the document our crafted with love, they were able to adapt the document to go by it, and arms will man on the ground, we start to fight with arms and capture arms from our opponents.
So as Secretary General, can you answer to that question?
Which one of the questions?
Where the arms came from?
Where Secretary General, I said we saw our idea, we met people with arms on the ground. And when we wanted to come, we wanted to make sure to dethrone Taylor. So we met arms on the ground, we started to fight Taylor forces, and Taylor forces, arms were captured from Taylor forces. But we met arms on the ground. Joe Wally came here, I don't know whether he gave you details on how he got the arms.
So only Joe Wally can answer that question?
But he brought it, he met there, we met him as the head of those that were met on ground with arms.
Who are responsible for training of the soldiers?
We have what we call the G5, training and planning. But we were not training people because everyone that came from the diaspora, we were militarily oriented. So we were not training.
When you occupy areas in the various counties, are you seeing that they didn't do any recruitment?
We met people there that were already fighting alongside the so-called government forces, and they were militarily oriented. So after we realize that you have military idea, then of course you can be conscripted into our army.
Did you at any point in time interacted with Asha Kone? And
Yes.
if so, what was her position in Lloyd?
Asa Kone used to be a fellow trumpets, and she a fellow trumpets, Sekou Kone wife, and Sekou Kone is the chairman of the organization. So she used to come in with some financial support, sometimes come in with drugs. She knows she's a humanitarian. She used to bring things for the civilian, bring things for the wounded soldiers.
There are information that Lloyd soldiers were involved in raping and looting.
This is what I said to you. You know, anything to the extreme is ugly. Anything to the extreme is ugly. They do to the extreme is ugly. If we have you to be our soldier, civilian to protect and decide to rape them, there are punitive measures for that. So, but we don't encourage our soldier to rape our civilian we intend to protect.
During the course of our conflict, we noticed that the government of Liberia and Lloyd ran racket on various parts of Monrovia. What do you have to say about that?
To admit to you, during that period, you know, when you have two belligerent forces attacking one another, deadly weapon will be used. Mortar were used. Mortar were used, to admit to you, mortar were used. But after we realized, down one side, the Fulani Brothers compound, it is the compound, the so-called government forces with Benjamin Yetan, they were housed in. So after we realized that they were using him or she, we asked all our forces to disengage from using the mortar rounds. But they were used.
What was the purpose and the motive?
To pin down our forces, our opponents. That is our tailor forces, to pin down the so-called government forces that we were trying to dethrone.
Do you have any idea as to where the rockets were going?
Where we have one mortar specialist, we used to call him Mortar Pape. He was trained by the Black Beret. He died. He died in Freeport. But if you are living and the rocket things come about, and this is why I said earlier that, you see the rebel military, at the end of the crisis, you don't have a standing military. But you have, at the end of a crisis, when you have a standing military, you'll be able to issue punitive measures. That is, you use the UCMJ on them to punish them. But he died along the way, the mortar specialist. He was trained by Black Beret. He got killed by an old friend, a friendly force in the Freeport.
Mr. Gbala, following your trends and how long you've been, he was once part of AFL and became ULIMO representative at the UN, later became Lloyd's Secretary General. Now the conflict is over. It's an open book that over 200,000 lost their life during the course of the conflict. Do you have any regrets?
Let's look at the history of Lloyd. Let's look at the history of Lloyd. Lloyd were organized in 2000. 2001, 2002, 2001, she began to start engaging her forces, or enemy forces. 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, we went to a comprehensive peace agreement. You want them between that period of time, Lloyd were able to kill 200 persons?
Before you became member of Lloyd, you were in AFL. Is that correct?
No, but I think you're talking, I'm answering.
I'm talking about the course of the conflict.
Yeah, but
Before you became Lloyd member, you were part of AFL.
we have proliferation of factions. We have proliferation of factions. You have MPFL, the splinter group MPFL, then you have UNIMO. Later, policy different, you have UNIMO J, UNIMO K. Later you have Lofa Defense Force. Later you have LPC. So the conglomerations of forces, what you're talking about, if you share the ratio, then you will get to know who is responsible for 10%, 20%, 30%, 40% of what has went wrong.
We are not talking about the percentage. If it is 1%, every
That's just
life
something I'm
is
saying.
important.
I'm not bluffing, I'm not showing might. I'm hurt as I'm talking to you. Because God created everybody to enjoy life. According to the International Declaration on Human Rights. It is a inalienable right of a man to freedom out of torture. And what you may think about. See, I know that. And some of us became part of these factions, stand that we don't know about the International Declaration on Human Rights. Because when the International Declaration on Human Rights was adopted in 1949 by the United Nations, after it was written by the multinational committee, America, France, and Lebanon, America represented Eleanor Roosevelt, France was represented by René Samuel Kassim, and Lebanon, Charles Malik, who were aware of it. The only time you do something, except you don't know about it, that time you do it, and you don't know what you're doing. I mean, you are innocent, you don't know what you're doing. I'm aware of human rights.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gbala.
Thank you.
My name is Commissioner John Stewart.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'd just like to ask you a few questions. Did you say you were an AFL volunteer during 1990?
Yes.
Did you undergo any formal military training?
I told you the basis I have an ROTC training from my secondary school. As a basis, my ROTC courses were being carried out by one late Lester Carter, a military officer.
So did you do any fighting on the front lines when you were with AFL as a volunteer?
Yeah, when AFL was a volunteer, I never actually fought in the front line, but in the front line where fighting was intensified. But never fought.
Which battalion you serving?
Alpha Company, headed by Captain Charles Nyimpan, who were assigned Boys Town, where the Indian people had their cremation base.
That's 1st Battalion at Shefflin?
Shefflin, yes, sir.
Which platoon were you in?
Alpha Company.
Yes, I know you're in Alpha Company, but which platoon? 1st, 2nd, 3rd platoon? 4th?
No, 3rd platoon.
What was your assigned weapon?
My assigned weapon, G3.
Okay, how long did you stay in that position, defending that position around where you were?
Oh, we were there for a few months. Later, the other battalion, the company that were in front of, captured the anti-aircraft missile. After capturing it, we left that position, came to town, and RML started to disarm all of the fighters at the time, the military personnel at the time. So AFL were disarmed to Ekomok.
What month was this that you came back to town following your...
Well, if my memory serves me right, they were in 96. Not 96, 96, between 95 and 96. It's still a long time.
So you were there from 1990 all the way up to...
No. At the time I just telling you about, we were there.
I mean, when did you leave Shefflin?
Shefflin?
Yeah.
On that assignment, we took about 2 weeks to stay there, and later they brought the time for ECMO to disarm us.
What year was this?
1990 to 91, between there.
1990, 91. So when you came back to town, there was no fighting going on in town?
No fighting. Everybody were disarmed, going about normal businesses.
So where were you at the time the Lutheran Church massacre occurred?
The Lutheran Church massacre at the time, our in-house.
This was in July, my understanding.
Our in-house, our living Bassa community, opposite the police station. Let's say adjacent the police station, opposite Lucia Tobo's house. And how about Lutheran Church massacre?
Was there any killings going on in the area in which you were staying at the time? Did you?
Well, I was staying where only certain time the Taylor forces came via the Jalatan Road and heavy fighting went and people died there.
So, besides that, you don't recall seeing any killings by AFL in any part of the city of Monrovia and all of that?
No. Unless sometimes some high ups of AFL arrest some people they see to be dissident and they take them to headquarters. And we were the low men who now used to go to headquarters.
When did you become a member of UNIMO?
UNIMO, I became a member of UNIMO at the time when the fighting started in Monrovia and the IMPFL totally pinned down the AFL, and AFL no more capacitated, considering her being an entity to protect my sovereignty.
So what year was this that you joined?
She couldn't protect my sovereignty.
So did you join UNIMO in Sierra Leone? Or?
No. I not joined UNIMO in Sierra Leone.
Where did you join UNIMO?
I joined UNIMO in Liberia during the Cowell base attack.
During when?
The Cowell base attacked.
So this was during Octopus 1992?
Octopus 1990.
So Octopus was 1992?
Yes.
So you were part of the UNIMO forces that fought at Cowell in 1992?
No, they had their forces that were fighting there, but I joined them to stay in their position so that I can be protected. But no other place I could go for protection.
There's UNIMO now?
The UNIMO.
Where was ECOMOG at the time?
ECOWAS were here in Monrovia.
And it was not safe enough, but the UNIMO area was safe?
It was not safe. ECOWAS were not safe.
And the UNIMO areas were safer?
The area was safer. You took me to bombing hills. I was there sitting down there doing nothing.
You mean for you personally or for civilians in general?
Well, I think I'll be able to talk for myself because I was protecting myself. I was not able to protect the whole Liberia.
So while there, did you witness any atrocities committed by UNIMO soldiers?
Well, in that position, fighting were not concentrated there. Fighting were concentrated along the bombing, the bomb mines area between the MPFL and somewhere around the Swan area with the IMPFL fighters. And I was not going in that front line. At that time, I was not mature to fight.
So, you say you were not mature to fight, but you said previously you were fighting in Shefflin.
No, what I said, being mature to fight, after they came with their forces, and the forces they came with, they had their own operators that they were using to fight. I couldn't join them to start fighting right away. You don't do that.
Now, what can you? So you were Octopus, then you went and joined UNIMO, and then you went to Bombing Hills. So you were in Tuppenburg, Bombing Hills, when the split occurred within UNIMO that resulted in UNIMO K and UNIMO J.
Policy difference, the thing we're talking about.
But you were there.
I was there.
What is the actual story? What happened?
Well, we were way down the line. We were only hearing it, but we were not close with authority to even discuss it militarily, according to their military operations.
Who were the top 5 UNIMO commanders who were there up there at the time?
Oh, at the time, you had Roosevelt Johnson, the late Roosevelt Johnson. He was at the time he was the senior military officer of UNIMO.
Now, where were you during the siege of Tuppenburg?
What were I doing there?
Where were you? There was a time when UNIMO closed Tuppenburg.
Yeah, when they closed Tuppenburg. And after they closed Tuppenburg, at the time when UNIMO closed Tuppenburg, I used to be there, and later on I came back to Monrovia.
Now, what was the reason for closing Tuppenburg that led to the suffering and death of so many people?
Policy difference, leadership crisis, making the military to be higher than the political leadership, as I was saying.
And what were you in the military at the time? What rank were you holding?
Oh, I was a lieutenant.
You were a lieutenant?
Lieutenant.
How many men you had under your control?
Oh, I was in the mobile unit.
In the mobile unit?
Yeah, the motor pool.
So you were not out in the field?
No.
Now, there was a time when UNIMO attacked ECOMOG in that Tuppenburg area, led by Manazeke, the late.
Yes.
Where were you at the time?
I was in Bombing Hill.
Did you participate in any of those attacks?
No, the attack went on and they were able to pin down ECOMOG.
They were able to pin down
They were
ECOMOG.
able to pin down ECOMOG.
What happened to the weapons they seized from ECOMOG?
They turned it back. They burned some of them. Those that were not burned were turned over to ECOMOG.
When they turned them back?
After setting down the leadership of UNIMO and ECOWAS had discussions and they turned them back. But some of the arms were burnt.
What were they? How can you describe the arms that were seized from ECOMOG at the time?
The arms was Awusa. They call it Awusa.
And were you present when those arms were turned over to ECOMOG?
I was present when they were turned over. Even the debris of those that burned, I was there when they took it.
And what year was that?
Well, I can only give you full details on Laurie for that year, and I can't remember until I go back in my directory.
Now, what is the story about diamonds being involved in that attack?
Come in?
What is the story of diamonds being the factor, the main reason for those attacks on ECOMOG?
No, if anybody said that, will be lying to you.
Were UNIMO soldiers involved in mining diamonds in the areas they controlled?
Oh, well, I was not with those that were mining, so I don't have idea about mining.
But were UNIMO soldiers mining?
No, I don't have idea.
So you don't know whether they were mining?
I don't know if they were mining.
Now, April 6, where were you?
April 6 in the barracks.
Did you fight?
No, I never fought. Because April 6, it was this April 6, the people decided to carry people to the Freeport.
Which people to the Freeport?
April 6?
Yes. You said they decided to carry people to the Freeport April 6th. Which
Yeah,
people?
for safe haven in the Freeport.
Who took people to the Freeport April 6th?
ECOWAS in the trucks.
Which people were taken there? Where they took the people from?
People from the barracks, citizens.
Was this April 6th?
Yeah,
And you were in the barracks?
I'm in the barracks.
And what happened to those people?
It's an open story. It's an open secret. Open.
Yes, but my eyes cannot see them.
Most of them got killed and they now returned to us.
Are you sure of this, April 6th? Reflect carefully.
And I seen April, but now April says sorry.
What year was this you're talking about? Because April 6th was 1996.
I'm talking about April 6th. April 6th in the barrel, but anytime they took the people to the Freeport, I was thinking about the other April where they took people, Prince Johnson forces were able to massacre our people in the port. You know, when I think about it, I just go that way with her.
Now, where were you in September 18?
September 18, during Johnson and Taylor's fracas.
Yes.
After I escaped, I went to Old Road.
Where you escaped from?
I escaped from Ken Johnson Road.
Were you involved in the fighting?
No, I'm not involved in the fighting. I told you my role was humanitarian, ceasefire violation.
And then you escaped. And where did you go?
I went to Old Road. That's why I saw Rawfish.
And then later on, you left the country.
Later on, I left to go through Africans.
So, in that time, were you involved in any military activity?
But
When you left?
When I left?
Yes.
I left like I went to the diaspora to find Lord to come back.
Where did Lord begin originally?
Lord originally began in Nigeria.
In Nigeria?
Yeah.
Who were those that were there present as founding members of Lord in Nigeria?
I will reiterate it. I said it here. Maybe because there are different commissioners, so you were not taking it into note. Roosevelt Johnson, George Doyle, Abraham Lincoln, Peter Solo, Paul Thomas, Joe Gbala, the founding member that sold the idea out.
To whom did you sell this idea?
To the groups we met, our brothers who met in Sierra Leone, Guinea, Africa.
Who were the leaders in those groups?
Joe Gbala came here.
Joe Gbala, one of the leaders you met?
One of those leaders.
And who were the other leaders?
There are other people like Honorable Cabinet Jane, Aisha Yinambo, Vakawa Kamara, and some other people.
And they were all in Nigeria?
No, they were not in Nigeria. They were the one who came to sell the idea to. And they bought it from us.
And they bought it from you.
Yeah.
And then where did you go next?
We start to engage tillers positions. Or we met them in Vonjima to engage tillers position.
Where did you come from to get into Vonjima?
Where did I come from?
Yeah.
I came through Guinea. We have a border in between.
Were you actively or non-actively encouraged by the Guinean authorities, or you just slipped through that kind of way and came to Liberia?
We were refugees, finding our way out.
How did you get weapons?
I sailed in here. We met weapons on the ground. People negotiated. It's an open secret negotiated. They had weapons. We sold the idea to them, and we met them with weapons. And the weapons we started to use to engage our enemy positions.
You mean they were in Guinea and holding caches of arms?
Guinea and Liberia share border.
So there were arms caches in
There were
Guinea.
arms that we met in Vonjima with the forces who saw our idea to incorporate law, to adopt law as the warring party.
But recently, Mr. Joe Wiley was here and said that they were provided arms by the Guinean government, even by General Maxwell Kobe. Are you saying that this is not true?
But was it Lord? It was not Lord.
He said,
That
Lord.
the group we met there that we saw the idea to, they won't met with this arm.
So,
I'm telling you the truth.
so you didn't receive any arms from Sierra Leone, any from Guinea? And
We met arms there. I know from Sierra Leone, from Guinea, we met arms.
where did you meet the arms? In Vonjima, you say?
Where we left it,
Where did you meet the arms?
we met the arms in Vonjima.
But Taylor was in control of Vonjima now.
At the time when we got there, people already there that pinned down Taylor forces from Vonjima. Taylor forces, they were not concentrating in Vonjima. They were not concentrating in Vonjima. Taylor forces were not concentrating in Vonjima.
Yeah, but they were there before. So where did you have those arms?
But they fought them to move them from there. The forces were telling you about. At that time, law had not been funded.
So they came with all arms, crossing to Liberia to retrieve arms that were hidden in Vonjima.
We don't know about that. Oh no, we met them in Vonjima. After selling our idea, we met them with arms.
What was your position at the time?
At the time,
Yeah.
my met them in Vonjima,
Yes.
my position,
Yes.
Deputy Secretary General for Operations.
So you were in charge of military operations in
Yes.
the Now, are you familiar with Bela Fasama?
Bela Fasama, my forces, only my fighting forces used that route.
Are you familiar with Bela Baloma?
My fighters and my forces used that route.
Are you familiar with Gengba?
My fighter used that route.
With Henrytown?
That road we used to counter bombing.
With Bopolu?
That road we used to counter bombing.
Right. What is the road conditions in those areas?
Coming.
What are the road conditions?
The
Good
road
roads,
conditions?
bad roads, good bridges, bad bridges,
They were inaccessible.
inaccessible. Now, how did you transport your arms and ammunition along that route?
We never brought our deadly weapons. The only deadly weapons we came with is our mortar and a single rifle. Our deadly weapon had 2 pieces of anti-aircraft. And the 2 pieces of anti-aircraft, you can only carry them with vehicle. Without vehicle, you can't carry them.
I'm talking about your ammo. In Bela Fasama, in Bela Yala, in Bela Baloma, all these areas. This commission had hearings in Bapolu County, and we listened to scores of witnesses appearing before this commission, informing us that they were forcibly recruited, made to walk into Guinea, tote arms and ammunition on their head, and come back. And if they complained along the road for being tired, they were shot. Well, are you saying that this is not true?
Well, Commissioner, I stated to you, if it reached our office, we will know it.
But you were operational.
It was not our intention to use civilian, to use hard labor on the civilian that you go to protect.
So these civilians were volunteering to go into Guinea and bring arms and ammunition back on their own?
Well, I can't say, but the fact remains that civilians that were in those areas, they alone were working alone with the boys, with the military fight, with the fighters. And then the fighters, and they host the fighter, then they harbor the fighters then. Because they have tired with what was happening there with the government forces. The government forces were already located with them. So I was going there, the first time for them to see rebel passing through. They have seen other rebel passing through. Unibo K passed there. Taylor forces when they passed there, and we were the last group that passed there.
Yes, but my question is,
we were not using forced labor. We were not using forced labor.
And you are sure of that?
We were not using forced labor.
Are you telling me what you know as true, or are you saying from what you believe to be true?
The fact remains that in our front lines, we have somebody responsible for civil authority. And for every area we reach, we use citizens of that area to be responsible for civil authority. So if the civil authority or commander or the representative that is there don't visit our office to tell us so and so thing is happening, people are mutilating, people doing so and so, then of course we're not aware of it. But sometimes when certain things happen, like forcing food from people, we sometimes take measures against that, and we go against our fighters for that.
So if these things happen and you were not aware, it was not brought to your attention, would you then accept responsibility since you were the responsible officer?
Those were areas that we were not based in, we were passing through.
So you accept no responsibility for the actions of your men?
We were passing through.
Do you or do you not accept responsibility for the actions of your men?
Until it can be proven. Until it can be proven. Then of course. But something that I don't do, I can't tell you say, yeah, I will accept responsibility.
Are you saying it did not happen?
What I don't know about, I don't tell you it happened. We have fighters that were passing through.
And no reports reach you?
Reports come to me.
Have you heard the name James Brabazon?
James Brabazon, no James Brabazon. He was a journalist.
He was a photojournalist.
Photojournalist.
With you.
Photojournalist.
And he captured on photo, on video, for the world to see atrocities being committed by your men. Are you saying it was not true? It was not your men?
I have not watched that clip. Because James Brabazon came in our area to make sure for transparency. He now forced away in our area. We invited him, he came in because we wanted the world to know that we were not committing atrocity and we're not imposing hard labor on the people. That how James Brabazon came in.
Agreed. But the same James Brabazon
not
filmed a loyal soldier holding the heart of a human being.
I have not seen that clip. I came to Monrovia, I saw the clip he did on Monrovia. But I have not seen clip from that end that you are just talking about. I have not seen it.
So it's not true because you have not seen it?
One of his friends here, Tim, that were with him, Tim is here. Anything you can find out from Tim. I have not seen that clip to believe it.
So it's not true because you have not seen it?
I don't see it.
And the one with the man stretched out on the cross?
I don't see it. Maybe the man stretched on the cross. Maybe you don't know it. Maybe that man are enemy forces you don't know.
Now, when you took Tappenberg,
yeah,
there were some nurses there that you took along, and those nurses reported that they were raped. How can you answer to that?
Nurses were taken from Tappenberg.
That's correct.
No, they were not taken. That they carried where they carried it, and they carried that Lofa.
Yes.
They were not taken from Tappenberg.
Where were they taken from?
They were taken from Kakata.
Were taken from where?
Kakata.
No, siree.
But I turned them over to UNCHR. The
nurses reported they were taken from Tappenberg.
They were not taken from Tappenberg. How you take someone from Tappenberg and carry the person back to Lofa?
But at the time, Lloyd was not in control of Kakata, so how would that have been possible?
Lloyd's forces went as far as Kakata to make sure to pin down the forces.
Were they in control of Kakata?
You don't have to control the place. For guerrilla tactics, you can go there, pin them down, and leave the area.
But the point being made is that the nurses reported being raped. And Mr. Joe Wiley commented on that on the BBC and said, yes, he heard this report. And
when they brought them, they were in protective custody. They stayed with 2 weeks in Tappenberg. United Nations High Commission of Refugee came in, and those girls were turned over to United Nations High Commission of Refugee. They now asked them, sisters, have you received any bad treatment? They said no. So I said, don't feel because you're now in our control that you said no. Anything, tell me. I don't do nothing to you. People that brought you, so that if they did anything to, we'll punish them in front of you. So you yourself will know that what they did were not right. They said, no, nothing happened to us. And I took them to Guinea border to turn them over to UNCHR.
And you expected that while they were in your custody, at your mercy, they would have told you that your men raped them when your men had raped them and nothing had come out of it.
The fact remains that certain time, if you have people in your control, civilian in your control.
So are they lying or you are lying?
Excuse me to say, I'm not saying they're lying or I am lying. I'm not saying that I'm lying. But the fact remains that if people in your control, civilians are in your control, you have certain measures you use to talk to them. And they stay where we were talking to them. And when they came in, we asked them, anything happened to you people? We had a nurse that was with us, a lady, she was a nurse with us. So we said, we're trying to find out whether anything went wrong. The lady said nothing went wrong. And the lady and those guys just talked about, we're moving up and down. Until we call the UNCHR to come for them, and they picked them up to Guinea, from Guinea, and they brought them back to Liberia. So if they left the area to say that they were raped, then of course I don't have idea on that.
Okay, let's move on. Now, you said you were director of operations and director of war.
No, I'm not director of war.
So Mr. Nyenebo has been reported, you confirmed that he was director of war.
Maybe he never confirms to you, but nothing like director of war exists in your nomenclature.
What was your position? What was Mr. Nyenebo's position?
You know, we're the Secretary General, and I was the Deputy Secretary General.
Responsible for operations.
For operations.
And by extension, the Secretary General, your boss, and you responsible for operations, that means that you report to the Secretary General.
I report to
all war activities.
I report to the Secretary General.
So in a way, the Secretary General is then responsible indirectly for war through you.
But that word, that nomenclature is not used in our operation.
Military operations. What kind of operations were you doing? Were you doing farming operations?
Military operations. It doesn't mean you war director.
What do military operations mean?
But we don't have director of war. It does not exist in our nomenclature, even when it exists.
Okay, director of military operations.
Yeah.
That means war.
Yeah.
Fighting, shooting, bombing, killing, right? Or not?
Yes.
Okay then. How were decisions made in Lurid? Military decisions, like you had to move to capture Zozo. How were those decisions made? Did you have a military high command or high council?
Taylor's forces were in all those positions, and our target were in Monrovia to make sure so that Taylor can relinquish power. So those positions that were occupied were passing through all of these forces, or through all of these positions. So in passing through these positions, you have to fight. On no circumstances you pass without fighting.
Now, you mentioned earlier to one of the commissioners that you had mortars in your armory. Am I right?
You have mortar in your armory.
What was the size of mortars you had?
We have 60 and 80 mm.
Where did you deploy the 60 and where did you deploy the 81 mm or 80 mm?
The 60 mm were used. The 60 mm were used in from the Lofa area along the Johntown route and the Vojima Kolaon route along that road, Bwedu route along that route.
And where did you use the 80 mm?
The 60?
The 80.
The 80 I'm telling you about, that's where we used it.
And where you used the 60?
The 60, it was the one we were coming with, was an infantry mortar.
And that's why you were using the bombard Monrovia?
To bombard our enemy's positions. But little realized that they were not human shield and we tell them to disengage.
You say you realized later?
We realized from reports that shelling, the other men, the men are shelling you, while the man is shelling your positions and you have been wounded, so has been wounded too.
But did it ever occur to you or any of your commanders who were in the front that Monrovia was a population center? Like Greystone, Camp Johnson Road, all these areas population centers?
The positions were shelling, that's what I said. Our mortar specialists we had that were using the mortar is a trained Blackberry. Unfortunately for us, he died. If he had not died, then we'll get...
Did you have frontline observers who were monitoring and advising you where to land your shells?
No. The only way, as you stated, in launching, in shelling a mortar, you'll be able to steady your position, know the distance from the distance before you shell.
But you must have a frontline observer who will observe and tell you your mortar round has landed 10 meters off target and correct your aim.
We don't want to say that what has happened is happening. At the time, people are using human shield and people start to use other methods so that people will shift blame.
So, but if you were shelling the front and you consider Monrovia front, how come you didn't have observers there to note whether those shells were landing in population centers?
So this is why we decided to disengage, and we disengage.
So you accept responsibility for the damage and loss of life that was caused by the shelling?
Well, in war you expect these things to happen.
Do you accept responsibility?
In war you expect these things to happen.
Granted, we expect that in war people will die, but do you accept responsibility?
In war you expect these things to happen. And the men who were fighting, if now the Taylor forces were fighting, they were not Eastern forces. You know that.
Granted, do you accept responsibility for your actions?
My action fighting Taylor, I could say that I fought Taylor. But not
shelling population centers.
Not to share my civilian position.
But civilian positions were shelled.
Well, sometimes you miss target. So this target, and when target is missed, it is not your intention.
Are you aware that shelling population centers is against the law of war, against international humanitarian law?
It wearing our intention.
Granted, it may not have been your intention,
and
but it was the result.
Until I not impose that condition on us, we will not have come to share anybody.
We agreed. The point is, shelling did happen.
Shelling went on.
And it hit population areas. And people died. And it's against the law of war, it's against international humanitarian law, against the Geneva Conventions to shell civilian areas. Do you agree or do you not agree?
Shelling, the reasons why Taylor's position was shared, Taylor was shelling us.
Agreed, you're shelling you.
Military, where you are attacked by your opponent forces, you repel the attack.
Yes, we agreed that
he honor him. He know you honor him or she as a elected government. You honor him or she. Then you start to shell people.
We agreed. I'm not arguing whether Taylor shelled you or not. That's not my argument. And even whether he shelled
you should be able to base it on both sides to know.
Listen, when Mr. Taylor comes here, or when his representatives come here,
we're not playing.
Yeah, when Mr. Taylor or
any own citizen that we are mightier to our citizens.
Yes, when Mr. Taylor or any of his representatives come here, we'll ask them whether they shell civilian areas. I'm asking you whether you did shell civilian areas. They say soldiers answer for themselves. So you soldiers, you answer for yourself. You answer for Lurd's actions. You were a top-ranking officer of Lurd. Lurd advanced on Monrovia. Lurd shelled targets in Monrovia. Some of those shells landed on population centers. People got killed. Capital Bypass, Greystone, Front Street, other areas of Newport Street, other areas, people got killed. Do you accept responsibility, even though you may have been shelling Taylor, but others got killed? Do you now accept responsibility? Do you regret those actions?
Well, selling position of civilian, if it is not intention, but regret if any mistake went on for civilian to sustain any injury. We regret for civilian to sustain any injury, but our intention to shell civilian's position. Because through the route we came through, Thomas Burr, Alone South Town, all the way, even Negro Town here, we never shelled no bomb in Negro Town coming all the way to the bridge. And when we got to the bridge, we were asked by the international community to pull back, and we pulled back.
But Mr. Taylor was in Congo Town, well fortified. None of those shells landed in Congo Town. All landed in Monrovia.
Why the students Taylor in Congo Town? Taylor were based in Waterside. The Fuani's brothers, I said it to you. Taylor were based in the Fuani brothers' facilities in Waterside.
And so, therefore, that area was shelled because Taylor was based there. Now, how certain was your information that Taylor was based there?
We have reconnaissance unit. People come and reconnaissance and go.
But how come your reconnaissance unit did not advise you that shells were landing in civilian areas?
I was going to realize that shells were being fired and civilians sustained injury. I told our men then to disengage from using the mortars. We're not saying that mortar were not used. Mortar were used.
Now, do you remember July 26, 2003?
July 26.
July 26, 2003. Do you remember July 26, 2003?
At that time, 2000, the more you are talking about, at that time, I was in Ghana, won a comprehensive peace agreement.
But did you get reports that on the morning of July 26, 2003, between the hours of 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, over 26 mortar rounds have fallen on central Monrovia? Do you recall that? Do you recall Lord waking Monrovians up to a 26 gun salute?
There were not intentions to shell the citizens in Monrovia. It was Taylor we were shelling.
But Taylor was in Congo Town. No shell fell in Congo Town. No shell fell on the executive mansion.
Position in Waterside, Taylor high position Lane Street. Taylor high position, New Bridge.
Okay, let's move ahead. What was Asha Corner in Lurd What was the position in Lord?
Asha Kone was financier. Sekou Kone's wife.
She was financier.
Yeah, financier.
And in that position as financier, what kind of influence did she exert? Was she able, for example, to issue orders?
She now had military power to issue order. Because Sekou Kone was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Fonteloi.
So you were taking orders from Sekou Kone?
Yes.
But Sekou Kone was here and said he didn't know anything, he was not aware of anything, we should ask you.
I've seen if Sekou Kone came here, he your leader. He had a right way, he's always say, he say. But he referred you to me, I'm telling you, so you should be able to believe me.
So he was the actual leader, actual commander.
Sekou Kone, actual leader, official leader, and the leader that signed the comprehensive peace agreement.
And so, in other words, he lied when he said he was not aware of all what he said he was not aware of. In response to questions posed to him.
Sekou Kone is a leader, I'm subjugated to him. I will not question him.
Was he telling the truth or was he lying?
Is Sekou Kone telling the truth?
Yeah.
But is Sekou Kone refer you to somebody to talk to you? If you're lying, you're not going to refer you to somebody.
He said he was not aware.
He said anything further from my Secretary General.
He said he was not aware.
He said anything further from my Secretary General.
You were taking orders from him according to you. And he said he was not aware. So he was not aware that he will give you those orders or you were acting on your own.
He said further from my Secretary General, you gave more details.
Now you are saying that you were taking orders from him, right?
Sekou Kone is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of
and you were taking orders from him.
The political leadership of Lord.
And you were taking orders from him.
The military was subjugated to Sekou Kone.
And you were taking orders from him.
But who you expect me to take order from?
But he said he was not aware of what you were doing.
But who you expect me to take order from? That's what I'm telling you. He referred you to me, and you are talking to me, and you still want to confuse the process.
So, in other words, all the actions that were carried on were ordered by Sekou Kone through you, who was the
Law is an organization, and anything that went on that you're not satisfied with, it is law that carry out. Be it a leader, be it anybody, it is Lord.
So in other words, you're saying that the leadership of Lord should assume collective responsibility for whatever collateral damage or non-collateral damage that may have been caused.
Depending investigation that you will conduct and realize that so and so I went wrong on Lord's side, then the Lord will be responsible.
Let me just remind you that we have conducted a series of investigations, and those investigations have revealed to us that people were forcibly used to carry arms and ammunition, took arms from Guinea and ammunition from Guinea and bring it down into bombing.
Those are informations. You were good self-information you were going about gathering because of your positions within the TRC and knowing the TRC will want to heal our wounds. People lie in this country. I said it to you. People lie. Sometimes they see the truth, they say the different.
So you are saying as director of military operations, there was no forced recruitment of anybody to tote ammo and arms from Guinea into Liberia.
You will not force anybody to take them in another country to start hauling arms from there. I told you when Lloyd took over 2000, when Lloyd took over 2000 in 2001, we already met arms on the ground, and the arms we were using 2001, 2, and 3 were in Monrovia. Look at the time.
Where were you when MPFL or government forces attacked Guinea?
MPFL forces when they attacked Guinea?
Yeah.
At that time, we were on the formation alert in Nigeria.
You're on the formation alert in Nigeria?
Formation alert in Nigeria.
So you never took part in any fighting in Guinea?
Not took part in fighting in Guinea. When I came there, fighting has already went on with the forces that were on the ground. I hope you understand that.
Please make it very clear.
Forces were already on the ground that we sold our idea to.
What forces were they?
They were already in combat.
They were already in combat?
They were already in combat.
So in other words, you had an organization in your briefcase looking for...
Now organization, the briefcase, people that went to diaspora, that criminal Taylor drove from here.
But you say you didn't have people on the ground, you came and met people on the ground, and then you brought your briefcase and opened it, and said this is the organization, and then people should get in and got into it.
I don't think you are understanding. You're trying to interpret your own way as a commissioner.
No. I'm trying to seek understanding.
Nobody understands it. It should be straight. Let understand it.
You said Lord,
the solution to the problem.
There was no Lord before you arrived?
There was no Lord before we arrived in Guinea. In Guinea, in Sierra Leone, in Africa. And we saw the idea. The idea were boy. That how we got together and make sure it was adopted.
Now, as military chief of Lord, what would you say about the massive looting of the Freeport by Lord forces?
Where your friend war, people will not loot. And the food that were looted, people were here starving in Monrovia. They gave it to the people. They never sold it to the people. Now war.
Are you saying that reports that Lord fighters had stores of looted goods are not true? That Tuppenburg was virtually
something that was
a warehouse.
$10, and you go to a fighter and buy $10. We want the people to have freedom, to have food to eat. People are tired of what was happening. And where you impose kindness on the people and the people get tired, things like that happens.
So therefore looting was justified.
Looting?
Yeah.
For it to be justified?
Yeah.
I think you asked Taylor.
But Taylor was not in control of the port. You were.
You were not in Monrovia. We were getting out of Monrovia to relinquish power. We were asking to relinquish power. Taylor relinquished power ever since. We said it from the beginning. You can even ask Honorable Sheikh Kafuma Kone. We said that if Taylor relinquished power today, we would disengage from all our positions. And Taylor recalcitrant. And what do you expect?
So, therefore, people are hungry. The people have been looted in order to...
You even have relatives up there that were fell.
Say?
Maybe you have relatives up there that were fell.
Yeah, it's possible, but...
Yeah. But the looting were not intended to say that you taking the loot to be for only you. You taking the loot people have been suffering for so many years, have no food, have no means to feed them.
So are you telling us that Lord commanders did not personally benefit from the loot?
The loot?
Yeah.
No. No.
The Lord commanders did not sell.
No, they took the loot.
They did not sell generators.
And the loots were given to civilians to feed them.
But there were other items like generators, vehicles, other non-food items.
Excuse me, Commissioner. War in Liberia, there is only war in the world. You had the Spanish Civil War, the English Civil War, American Civil War. These things happen among military.
We agreed.
Yeah.
But are you also aware that people have faced trial for activities committed during war?
Depending. If you had nobody chasing you out, you were brave like what you sat down here. But other people here, they were not here, they were in the diaspora. You were brave.
Now, my fellow commissioner asked you a question about women in your organization. Aside from Asha Kone, and let me just ask you, after the hostilities ended, positions were divided. You receive one position or the other, others receive various positions. The argument was, you have come to chase Taylor out because Taylor had chased you out. But then in the final analysis, we saw people fighting for positions. As a matter of fact, on the day that you all assembled in Tuppenburg, preparing to come to Monrovia, you fought each other bitterly. Serious gun battle over positions, for positions, before coming to Monrovia. Where were you in those battles?
Nobody ever fought. Nobody ever fought in Tuppenburg for positions. You know that the problem we are faced with today, when we talk about positions,
there was no exchange of fire?
Excuse me, there was no exchange of fire. No exchange of fire.
What was it? Just fire in the air?
There was no exchange of fire. Because when you exchange fire, people will die.
Was it just firing in the air?
If you exchange fire, people will die.
Was it just firing in the air?
If you exchange fire, people will die. Commissioner?
Agreed. But so what were you doing? You were not exchanging, you were just firing in the air.
I have now experienced that. And people are not fighting, exchanging fire in Tuppenburg. So there was one the story, you ask me, I'll give you a story. So we're making a story.
So there was no firing in Tuppenburg?
Ask me, I'll give you the story.
Okay, but tell us.
Okay. You see, the problem here in Liberia today, policy different. Your reset where, then you envy your friend for this position, the other one want this position, the other one want that, you always have problem.
So you are fighting among yourselves in Tuppenburg before coming?
What walking in Morewa. What
No. I mean, Tubmanburg now.
In Tubmanburg? People will not fight the money that serve in Tubmanburg, Mr. Stewart. People not fight the money that serve in Tubmanburg. Positions were allotted to lawyers for the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. And these positions, at the time, some politicians among us wanted these positions to be divided in Ghana. We said, no, we can't do that. We'll do that in the presence of the military. And we came, and the team was established to divide these positions. And the positions that were allotted were divided, and those who go in the position were in the positions.
And everybody was satisfied.
They were satisfied.
So everybody shooting the air to celebrate.
Not so much to celebrate, to make sure so that we can usher in a democratic elected government that is in place today.
So we're firing to usher in the democratic government.
So you want,
and people in Tubmanburg hiding under the beds.
So you make a movie.
Let's move on. I will ask you the question about Asha Kone. Was Asha Kone the only woman in your organization?
Asha Kone was the only woman in the organization.
What happened to Black Diamond?
Black Diamond is here. I said to you earlier, if you were listening, maybe because the other commissioner, maybe the audience
maybe yeah.
The audience is listening and the other commissioner were asking questions. And we answered to it. The National Disarmament and Demobilization Commission were established to make the ex-combatant resourceful. But unfortunately for us, funds from the donor that were given for the purpose of rehabilitating the ex-combatant were misused.
By
the
whom?
People told you.
By whom?
I come in now. The people told you that they disarmed 20,000, 40,000 ex-combatants. You disarm and you disarm 20,000, demobilized and reintegrated in the society, and today you still found people in the street. And you have the National Disarmament Demobilization Commission. It was the United Nations, UNDP, United Nations Development Program, through whom the donors were able to pass the money to the Liberian government. And they deploy an agent. So what I would like for you to do, the same way now, you were talking about economic crime, this specialized agency, when they come to Liberia, we are afraid of them, we don't even check on them. So I want you to use this TRC to ascertain that information from UNDP. The donor funds that came for disarmament and demobilization, how it was utilized.
Are you saying that they misused the money?
It was misused. If it was not
by
misused,
the Liberian government or by UNDP?
Liberian government did not know the money. The UNDP got donor, I think you are aware of the new policy. Donors send money and they send people behind it to see it being used. You are aware of that policy?
Yes.
And it is our planning ministry that is responsible to liaise with the specialized agency that is concerned. So, and I'm saying this to say to you now, it is just in recent time, the National Disarmament and Demobilization Commission now is now doing well.
So what happened to Black Diamond?
This is what I'm saying. The past process were not utilized to the extent that would have accommodated all of our ex-combatants to make them resourceful. But as Black Diamond on her own, she's trying going to school and do everything for herself.
But if she was such a war hero that was being celebrated,
so hero,
wait a minute. There were foreign journalists, everybody coming. Their accounts in Focus, BBC Focus on Africa magazine, foreign journalists coming to witness Black Diamond going into combat. So after everything, she didn't get anything? So you didn't give her anything? You will not use video to say that video will develop a man. So when you took picture here now, we say that picture by Mr. Stewart. Yes, but the world was informed. But Black Diamond now, maybe you don't know where Black Diamond lives. Black Diamond is doing her best. So what did she get in the final, after you divided the position, what did she get? The aim of the revolution was not to get. Don't know aim of revolution? Well, you became managing director of the port, LTC, and other places. How about Black Diamond? They were pushing a lot to me. So if I have any remuneration, I should not take it? Why Black Diamond was not included? And the other women who fought, who laid down their lives, who sacrificed. This is what I'm saying. Black Diamond that were in the positions for them to be reintegrated into society by the National Disarmament Demobilization Commission. Unfortunately for us, the demobilization failed. I said, you want me to say over and over? I'm not arguing that whether it failed or not. My question to you is, how come women were not given equal treatment? Example, Black Diamond, who was one of your war heroes, but received nothing. She didn't get any position. You became managing director of the Freeport. You became managing director of Telecom. You became another official of government.
So
others, well, listen, the director of war, so Mr. Nyenembo became controller at the Ministry of Finance. So what happened to the other women?
A sergeant in the organization, like now, you can use your olive now to be a commissioner? Will you use your olive here to be a commissioner here?
If I will use what?
Your olive or your page.
To be a commissioner?
To be a commissioner on the panel here. As a commissioner. Otherwise, you don't have the idea of being commissioner. These were people to be reintegrated into society by offering them skills, vocational skill.
But there were other, because that argument cannot hold water, because there were others who, if you compare educationally, may be about the same as Black Diamond, men, but yet they have positions. What happened to Black Diamond?
Those men, then maybe their positions at the time were higher than Black Diamond.
So Black Diamond had to wait in line like the rest of the others to go for demobilization and all of that.
But that's the process to reintegrate and rehabilitate the lives of combatants. That's the process. You can be rehabilitated, go to university, graduate from university, and you are opportunity degree. What do we mean by reintegration and rehabilitations?
So, can you say that Lord, in a way, should bear a responsibility to help rehabilitate some of her men and women who fought alongside? It was enshrined
in the Comprehensive Peace Agreement that a national disarmament demobilization must be established. And when we came in, when the government took over, our president visited the United States to meet with the donors, and donors made funds available. But when these funds came in, there was no check on these funds, and these funds were squandered. How you want me to say it to you?
Did you participate in the DDR?
DDR?
Yeah, did you participate?
We have not participated.
So you never handed in your weapon?
My weapon?
Yeah.
Participating and disarming are two different things you are talking about. So don't confuse it.
Did you disarm?
Ask me one question, I'll answer you. The first symbolic disarmament to be carried out. Listen to me. The first symbolic disarmament to be carried out. Physically with Major General Owunubi, the David Force Commander. We went with him to Tomabara to carry the disarmament. To disarm from here as far as to Tomabara. In presence of General Owunubi. You can call him and ask him, all Major, they have that record.
So what is the serial number of the weapon you turn in?
Serial weapon?
The serial number of your weapon you turn into the disarmament.
See what I turn my weapon in as a senior staff of the organization. And I'll lay melody ID card because I'm already educated.
The serial number of your weapon.
You understand what I'm saying? Are you understand?
Every weapon carries a serial number.
It carries series. So I tell my weapon is being turned in.
Yeah, what is the serial number of your weapon you turn in?
I said if I disarm as a senior member, I've disarmed with the serial number, everything there. If you want to know, you can't get it from here.
Was it an AK, G3, GPMG, or what?
You want to know the kind of weapon I'm using?
Yeah.
I use officer weapon.
A 45?
Officer's weapon.
What is it?
Pistol.
What caliber? 45, 38, 22?
Smith & Wesson 22.
Now, I come back to one question. You said, where did you get your arms supplies? You say you met arms on the ground. Besides arms you met on the ground, where did you get the rest of your supplies?
Besides arms you met on the ground, where did we get our supplies from?
Yeah. Your heavy weapons. How did you get your heavy weapons?
The heavy weapon we're using?
Yeah.
What I told you. You want me to reiterate?
Yes,
what
please.
I said?
Yes.
No, but not found like that we're not developing.
I want the truth.
I told you, I'm telling you the truth.
What is the truth?
The truth, I told you, we met weapons on the ground.
So you
and
never...
the weapons came from somewhere, not came from the blue sky, and people brought the weapons. Brought those weapons.
So in other words...
We met a group that we made to be part of Lord, to be member to take the doctrine of Lord, and they accepted it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I want to hear, look, we are commissioners here, so how familiar we will be with someone sitting here. We are sitting in our capacity as commissioner of the TRC. So you could please address us as commissioners. I won't address you as John or this thing. So please give us the respect. And what we're doing here is no joke.
I'm not saying that we are joking here. It is from our manifestation that TRC is established, so we can find the best solution.
Yes, I hope let us know, but give us the respect, and it's no joke. People talk oath, and when there's a lie, we will find it out, and we're recording everything. Before you came here, you saw me sitting here playing a recording of the other people who have come here before to clarify what they said with what you were saying. And there are certain places as there's doctrine, and we got here, we will hold them for perjury. So there's no joke we on.
The people that came here, these were people that were not actively in the front lines as you are talking about. But I'm telling you that we're in the forefront to make sure that we prosecute the war to reach to Monrovia.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Thank you and welcome, Mr. Witness. I would like to start off with my preamble. To date, we have received over 18,000 statements from victims in Liberia and around the world. We have visited every county in Liberia and met with hundreds of victims of this Liberian tragedy, listening artistically to their sad stories. Currently, we are restructuring our inquiry unit to facilitate the final phase of our work prior to our detailed consultation internally and externally on the way forward for Liberia. It is for this reason that you did not receive prior to coming here today a listing of alleged charges against you from the various victims of Liberia's tragedy. However, you will be provided with this listing later and given an opportunity to respond. It is this TRC process, not our personal choice or thinking, which defines the structure, which defines and structures those who will be classified by us as alleged perpetrators, or those who bear the greater burden of responsibility for our national crisis. But please realize that although we are not a court, we can provide immunity against persecution for anything that you fully disclose to us at this time of your own free will, as per our Article 10, Section 30. For example, if you did personally or even accidentally kill an innocent civilian, Mr. John Brown, during this period, and you give full disclosure of this act, no court of law in Liberia can hold you for that crime. This is the power of TRC's immunity. However, if all alleged perpetrators deny their involvement in atrocities on record, then this immunity does not apply. Reconciliation cannot take place, and thus we will have no recourse but to recommend alternative mechanisms to ensure national justice, peace, and reconciliation. Thank you. So now I'll start with my first question. I would like to try to understand your military involvement through the various periods of our investigation. The investigation period has 4 sections. So you've given some information, but I just want to check to make sure I have everything correctly. For example, could you just give me your birthday, please, to start off?
May 3rd, 1962.
Okay, May 3rd,
1962.
62. Okay. Then for the period from 1979 to 85, what were you doing, and what was the situation of your life?
I was in school and running my business, my family's business.
So you're in Monrovia?
Not in Monrovia. We only come to Monrovia, the source of our supply.
Okay, so what county were you in at that time?
I was based in Grand Jide.
Grand Jide. Okay, in school and doing business. So at that time you had no military connection or involvement with any groups?
No military connection.
So did you experience any sorrowful event to your family or loved ones during that time that you'd like to share with us?
Some of the things that encourage us, encourage me to be a fighter. My people were humiliated.
Excuse me, people were what?
My people were humiliated. My father were humiliated by some other NPFL fighters in
So
lower
this was, I'm
Nigeria.
talking about 79 to 85 now.
You mean 79 to 85?
79 to 85.
79 to 85, not involved in no warring activities.
And no suffering came to you.
No suffering came
Anyway.
to me.
Okay, thank you. All right, now let's go to the next period, 85 to 1991. According to what I've been collecting as I listen to you, you did ROTC training, right?
Yes.
That was in high school.
In my secondary school.
In secondary school.
Yeah.
And then during this period, you observed, you said the Lutheran massacre, which was around, what, 1990?
The Lutheran massacre, I heard about it, but I did not see it physically.
Oh, you didn't see it physically, you just
No.
heard it?
I just heard about it.
Okay, sorry, let me correct that then. All right, and then you said you joined the AFL during this period, right?
Yes.
Okay, could you give me the exact day you joined? Or a month even, or year?
It was 19, if my memory serves me right, it was 1990.
1990. Okay, maybe the middle part of the year or the beginning part of the year?
Between that. You know, a year passes and you decide to.
I know.
Something that is not part of you, you don't keep history, you don't keep track
Well,
on
put
it.
it this way, Mr. Doe died around September, so was it 2 months before that time or 5 months before that
No,
time?
I was in the force when Doe died.
Or you were in the force when he died?
Yeah.
So it could have been May, April, June?
One of the two like that.
Okay, all right. And what was the main reason you said why you joined the military?
To protect my personal integrity.
Protect yourself, okay. Now, you said you witnessed massacres of AFL soldiers somehow. You were talking about people that were, I don't know what is AFL soldiers, was innocent civilians. You talk about people being put into a container, not container, sorry, trucks, and being taken from the port, I think, to the barracks,
Commissioner,
or from the barracks to the port.
Commissioner, is an open secret.
No, I know, I just want to clarify so I can put record.
It's an open secret.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. In presence of ECOMOG.
ECOMOG.
Yeah, in presence of ECOMOG.
Okay, so they were moved from where? From the port to the barracks?
From the BTC barrack to the port.
Okay, BTC barracks to the port. And then they were dislodged there, and then they were killed by whom, please?
The forces that were there.
Which forces?
Huh?
NPFL or?
IMPFL.
Okay, I just want clarity, that's all. And you felt that somehow ECOMOG didn't provide the kind of protection they should have provided?
Well, they carry cars for the people.
Okay.
So if you can be the military coming for peacekeeping and use your car and carry people and these people are killed, then who will trust you?
Okay, that makes sense. I guess it was similar to the massacre in Lutheran because there were people who were supposed to have been under protection and they weren't. Okay, then you said, okay, so in 1990 now, that happened I guess in 1990 also, right?
Yeah, 1990.
Okay, so you said you disarmed in 1991, is that correct?
1991, the Guinea contingent came in, the first batch of ECOMOG. ECOMOG, then later they were followed by Ghanaians. And later Nigerians came in. And during that process, they disarmed all of the government forces. When they realized and they said that the government forces were party to the conflict.
Okay. And that was around 1991, right?
Yes.
Okay. So from that time, 1991, until we go now into the next period, 1991 to 1997. So from 1991, when you disarmed, you were just freelancing, a normal citizen, until the event of Ulimbo, where you joined Ulimbo at the Carbon base?
Normal citizen going around.
Okay.
With the thinking that we were safe.
All right.
And later on, the government, our usher, the interim government, our usher, they put in place the Black Beret. And the Black Beret, as they stated here, that they were strong, they were pinned down by the IMPFL. And we were only sent on right in BTC and Ken Johnson Road. You can't go on the old road, you can't go across the bridge.
So, okay. And then, so that means this event that took place in 1992 that brought you into the war was the Operation Octopus, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were also there when this policy difference broke out in the Ulimbo and caused it a split. That was around 1993?
A policy difference that break up, we were low men and we couldn't even get closer to it.
I understand.
Yeah.
That time frame was about 3 and 4, right? 1993, 94?
93, 94, in between there.
And then you joined the Ulimbo J component.
Yes,
Okay.
during Autopus.
Was there any reason why you chose that side as compared to Ulimbo K side?
Ulimbo K?
Mhm.
No, we all want, everyone are operating together, but they had a policy different. How come Johnson and his compatriot at the time, Alhaji, they had a difference. We are low men down the line. We can't get between the big people. So we look on, and later on now you find position where you can be protected. So I felt protected with the Ulimbo K at the time.
With Ulimbo K or J?
Ulimbo J rather.
Correct, okay. Then came April 96. I mean, so from that time now, 93 or 94, you were with Ulimbo J, you went through all the struggles, the fighting, etc. And then what happened next? 96.
And later with Ulimbo J, I said it earlier here, if you can record, I said I was there and I was assigned representative to the United Nations permanent representative for ceasefire violations.
Ah, yeah, I remember.
And from there, when the new government came in 1997, we were sent to the National Disarmament Demobilization Commission at the same time representative to the ceasefire violations committee.
Okay, so the time you were part of the ceasefire, that was like 96. When did that come into play? That special ceasefire committee?
96, 97.
Okay.
96 to the end of 96, 97. Because in 97, the special election went on and Taylor became president and he established the commission. So 97 we became member of the commissions.
Okay.
Headed by John T. Richardson.
Okay. Okay, so that special commission was in 1997.
97.
Yeah, with Mr. Richardson. Okay, and their purpose was to help in totalizing the disarmament.
Disarm, demobilize, and reintegrate and repatriate.
Okay, but then suddenly the September 18th, 1998 issue broke out. So what happened in that year's time? Can you give some flavor of what injustice brought about this sudden break?
There was a fracas between Taylor and Johnson. Uncle Johnson role.
Okay.
And when it happens, I too, as my position, as I told you of my position, as ceasefire violations committee member, there was a meeting that were established to be attended, and we attended that meeting here in this church in presence of the late Sumbo of Komosako, K.S. Zulu, I think if I'm mistaken, clergyman Jeremiah Walker. And from our conference here, when I got on Johnson Road, I decided to go to my place where I lived, and I couldn't come back to where Johnson were.
So in your opinion, as a member of that committee, did you see Mr. Taylor as bridging the ceasefire regulation, causing this so-called Johnson incident, or was it something else?
Well, it's just something that we just seen over and over. We know the story of Taylor. We know the story of Taylor. So saying it, you saying something over and over and over. We know the Taylor attitude. Taylor start playing his game alone. He'll get to other factions who want to say that he trusts the divide and rule method, and he collaborated with other factions that you are dealing with, like the Lofa Defense Force and some other forces, and K and other forces. So, but later was realized that you're on tricks.
Okay, so there was no official position from that ceasefire committee or from the
official position were submitted.
Okay.
Things we experienced, violations of ceasefire, like the one we visited in Bon Mines, where a man came in the positions of Ulimbo J, Ulimbo K coming position of Ulimbo J going positions of Ulimbo K. All those violations were reported.
So who you think was the first that broke that ceasefire issue?
The head. The head of the factions at the time.
Meaning the
leading faction at the time was Taylor factions. And
so the MPFL.
You have more men.
MPFL, you feel, was the first to break?
MPFL, they have more men. So they easily pin down their friend.
Okay, then you said from there you left Liberia after that period to the diaspora, and while you were there, now that was 1998, right? And while you were there is where you put this proposal together to form ULIMBO.
Yes, not
Okay.
ULIMBO, LURD.
LURD. And then you met people already. Your first position, I think, from that proposal was the Deputy Secretary General of the Operations, right?
Deputy Secretary General of Operations.
Okay. Now, the framework of LURD's fighting during that period, can you share with me? So it's like from 90, when did you start the first LURD incursion?
Engaging our enemy from 2001.
2001, okay. So that means all of those engagements prior to that time was not under the official umbrella of LURD?
No. Anybody came and said that to you, be lying.
Okay. And so you fought then from 2001 to 2003 when the ceasefire was
2001, we started to engage position. We're not intensive.
Mm-hmm.
But it became intensive fire from 2002 coming to 2003.
Okay. And the first site of engagement was in Lofa, right?
In Lofa.
Okay. Centered on Vanjima or?
Vanjima, Kolahom, Foya.
So you had a multiple?
Yeah, because they had their forces all, and they were that many.
Okay. That's my foundation work. Now I'll start with the questions. Tell us about what led to your decision to go against the rule of law and take up guns to solve a national political problem. Because let's take it from the time of Taylor. He was elected president.
Now, I'm going to tell you can make comparison to, because if anybody good were here, we're not going to fight the person. So I said the only Taylor you can use. You can use different person if not Taylor.
Also, it was just because of the
It was just because of Taylor's attitude.
Character of, okay, that's the point.
So don't use different posture.
You thought there was no other alternative for this kind of man but the gun?
No.
Okay. All right. Clearly, I noticed also your long-term goal to remove Taylor, who, according to you, sought to return the Americo-Liberian leadership, has been successfully accomplished. Historically, we see that point.
Yeah.
Okay, but yet the national agenda of peaceful coexistence, co-prosperity, and common good for all Liberians is still an unsettled question. Do you have any specific comments on how we can achieve this kind of future agenda so that groups like yours do not have to rise again, especially seeing how simple policy differences, leadership crises, lack of trained soldiers has fueled our national crisis beyond all reason? What would you like to add to that pocket of information?
You know, the military is the higher institution in the world with all of the discipline. And it is rigid military training make you to be aware of democratic values. In the absence of rigid military training, you don't respect democratic values. And the kind of military we had in the past, they never had rigid military discipline. Besides that, we should realize in Liberia that we are two groups of people. We should realize in Liberia that we are two groups of people. The Americo-Liberians and the indigenous. The Americo-Liberians and the indigenous. And nobody is important more than their friend. The indigenous should not see themselves superior to the Americo-Liberians. Likewise, the Americo-Liberians should not see themselves superior to the indigenous. Because we are one. Until we can set that fact, we will live in Liberia with harmony and we will have no problem. Respect for one another. Like for instance, you, sorry to say, Commissioner, you Jaro. Then one day say, well, Jaro is visiting Gbala tomorrow at where Gbala lives. I know you consider your background, maybe Americo-Liberians. I said, well, Jaro, I'll tell my wife, I said, Jaro is coming, and Jaro used to French fry. So try to prepare French fry for Jaro. And when you visit with me, you eat my French fry in my house. And when I visited with you prepare a palm butter for me. And we start to discuss issue of developing our country. We have a better nation. But where the other society feel more civilized than the other society, then we have problem. Like for instance, we have societies. Like in the Liberian society, you have the poorer society, and you have the quick society. But these societies are sometimes considered to some Americo-Liberians hidden and uncivilized. And we respect the Masonic craft. We respect the UBF. So we should learn to respect one another. As soon as that is done, the problem in Liberia will ease. People should not lie one another. Let me give you a story. When I was to the port, when the government took over, considering the government being the head of the government being damn mature and the economist, they started to put in place an assessment team. An assessment team was put in place to assess the port. If you were sent to assess the port, were you not going to the port to assess the port? Will you assess the port also? We were taking the one tiny office on Kerry Street, Metal and Riches building, and said we were doing architectural engineering. And we went there, and the team of that delegation was Setuma. He asked 3 questions from there he went. And we know how the assessment hearing and information were submitted that we were squandering money in the free port. You know, I just said this to say, so the only way we can live together in this country, respect one another's view, advise one another, make sure if your friend is going astray, call him, say, look, man, you're going astray. Instead of feeling more superior than your friend. Nobody's important. About, let's say, some 20 years ago, the ratios of the indigenous in Liberia used to be 10 to let's say 25 to 75. But now the ratio of the indigenous is about almost 65 to 35. So we are saying this to say that if we don't live together, some 20 years from now, then we're not going to see the Americo-Liberians. And not good for us. I'll let it be bold to you. Well, I keep it hard at me. I'm not truthful to myself. Let's learn to love one another. Liberia is very small. This country is very small. Considering our population, considering our land, and the kind of riches we got here. You got Wastewater Airline. Have you ever carried industrial money in the country to mine your diamonds and go? You got Wastewater Airline. You got Bogonyele. No industrial money are gone. You have less and my ministry. The only thing we do here, we do prospection. People kind of prospect, then they take our minerals, carry away, and nothing we can use to back our currency. Nothing here in the country to back our money. This is why we are easily subjugated to anything that comes to us for any sector. Consider our position in the United Nations. So we will need to live together, respect one another. Our natural resources, we exploit them wisely. If Joe were in power and you were able to dismiss Joe for some corrupt practices, you make sure you can advise Joe to be a potent factor for nation building in different spheres, not in the same area. We just drop Joe, dump Joe, drop Joe, dump Joe. We'll continue that. Will be dumps along, plenty dumps along the way. And Liberia is too small for that. We must respect one another.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope within that framework you also are including the issue of separating good from evil and finding the common ground for all of us.
Excuse me to say, there's no society, there's no group you will say you don't have bad people. In every group there are bad and good people.
No, the reason I mentioned because, for example, the cultural issue. There are cultural issues.
That's what I'm trying to tell you about. Okay. The cultural issue I'm telling you about now. Even the indigenous I'm telling you about now. We have some bad people and some good people.
Okay.
Likewise, the Americo-Liberians. There are some wicked people and some good people.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Then I can agree with you on that.
Thank you, sir.
Is clear. Okay, my next question is, what was the name of the forces that you said was on the ground who engaged the government before the formation of LIRD? And what was the time frame of their engagement? Because you just told us that...
The name they had, if I can remember, it was an abbreviation of JCL. And the reason why I never wanted to to take into consideration because you are not healthy for here. And the same syndrome you Nimbo King wave that created a problem here, where you made the military to have power than the political leadership. You don't control such a group. So I know you want to be part of them. I know you want to be bothered with a name. Because I don't want that to exist.
I see, but you do know there was a leader for that JCL, right?
I called the people that were here. There were people on the ground.
You did mention some
Honorable
names.
Cabinet Janet, Soko Saka.
Cabin Janet. Okay.
Soko Saka. Vakaba Kamara.
Soko Saka. Fakama Kamara.
Vakaba Kamara and some other people, but they were the nuclear.
Okay. All right. So in a sense, they had already been militarized and had been engaging the GOL.
They were already militarized. They were already fighting.
Did it seem that the Guinean government had sponsored them in any way?
I don't know.
Or the Sierra Union government?
It is a group. I don't know about it.
Okay, at that point, so we will have to contact them directly. Okay, thank you. But at least we got that information. So then, was there a big difference between your ideology and theirs? I saw you came together very readily.
I said it earlier, if you are gearing towards democratic principle, going along with democratic values, that is, if you intend to restore democracy, do things that resemble democracy, in a sense that you cannot have a military that have power more than the political leadership. That is not democracy. It's a different form. It's a different form. Now you create problem for you if you get to establish. And it happens here in Liberia with other warring parties.
Okay. So it had similar ideology in a sense. They wanted democracy. Okay.
Democracy, and they accepted the idea we sold to them, and we were able to work together to establish Lord.
Okay. Now, my next question is, which, in your personal opinion, which do you think is most important for Liberia's future? Social, economic justice for all Liberians, number one. Number two, spiritual maturity of our leaders, as in the heart development and character education. Or number three, mass technical education of our people. Or maybe all of them.
In the social cultural sectors we are talking about, we will force our critically to look at the religion, the churches.
So you think that's more important?
The churches, because you know it is a church that help to mold the minds of the people religiously. And when you have proliferation of churches, divergent views, you have divergent thinking. Yeah, you do things different way. You don't understand nothing. Why the truth that we are secular, but Liberia is a Christian state, and we have other religion here. So people in other religions, where we will have to have, the same will have commissions then today monitoring the economy, monitoring some other thing. We should build a set of religious commissions that be to monitor churches that are not in line with the religious principle of this country, so that we remain on course.
Okay. Thank you. My next one, please tell me, okay, well, you did name 10 persons already, so I will assume that these 10 persons you named could be considered the key responsible parties of LERD who could be held responsible by us for all of the actions of this organization, including the High Commission, the financial backers, the political advisors, etc. I remember earlier.
In anything that is carried out, the results of anything come out from a making. So people that were members of LERD or leadership of LERD, and anything went wrong that we never intended to,
yes, I understand,
because of a criminal empire that came about, then of course we ask for forgiveness.
Okay.
We ask for forgiveness and extend our apology to all of those that experience some other things that were not in line with that of human values, and we extend our apology. But our intention were not to impose on the Liberian people that will come in to fight the Liberian people, come to kill the Liberian people. We were not fighting here. All along the route, Oil on the route were coming. But you see, exchanging bullet, when belligerent forces are fighting, you always find ugly things to happen. That's why I say war is nasty, dirty, and it smells. It doesn't mean that I was bluffing or I was showing my might. Nobody is mightier than Liberia. We want Liberia to be a country, a free country. Because this country has been free. We are aided so many countries in the world, but today we are behind this country. So we got to do something so that we'll move ahead to start catching up with modern technology.
Well, one thing I appreciated when I asked you about the critical things that we need for the future, you did mention trained military. So it appears that you understand that the past...
But I want to put the whole mistake in this country.
Yeah.
The military. The great United States. It is the military that built America.
A trained military can take a bomb and land it right on the enemy's base without disturbing the innocent people around. But an untrained one will end up hitting 20 sites.
They do anything they want to do. They do anything they want to do. And considering our orientation, being American, our military is American orientation. So they come and they just lie. Somebody go to Fort Belling, they go to West Point, they come and they say get training. Then they come and they just create problems and other people, and they don't train the military well. The military, our Liberian military were not trained, but now to admit to you, it's good to give somebody that flower. Now the government is doing extensively well.
Okay.
For the kind of training the military is undergoing. Now the other time we heard that some other military personnel are attending the military college in Nigeria. And when they come back, they'll impart the same knowledge to the other people. We have to build capacity.
Okay. My next one, you mentioned that you sold your ideas to many neighboring friends, Ivory Coast, Guinea, Sierra Leone. I assume that included Nigeria, Ghana, or ECOWAS itself?
Our brothers, not the Nigerians, not Ghanaians, but Liberians that came from here that were suffering and went in the diaspora. That then we sold our idea to so that we can find a way to come back home.
Okay, so that's a clarity. So it's not that you are selling the ideas to the governments, but you are looking for Liberians in the diaspora who were in those countries.
Our brothers that were in those countries.
I understand. That's good. And it was these Liberians now who supplied the guns, the money, the other supports, etc., to allow LERD to be strong and to fulfill its objectives.
So long a group get together, you have to contribute your quota to develop.
Excuse me?
So long a group established, you have to contribute your quota for you to develop. Be it bringing gun, be it bringing money, be it bringing anything.
Okay, thank you. That's a good clarification. What was the relationship, or was there such a relationship, between LERD and Model, beside their common desire to get rid of Taylor? Did you have any other kind of relationship?
No military relations.
I see. So these were just two independent groups.
No military.
That had a common goal.
Look at the distance between Model and LERD. Look at the distance.
Did you communicate with each other when you got closer to your goal?
You can't do that. No way you can even effectuate that to say you weigh in Lofa, then you have forces in Taylor control area like Maryland, Sino, those areas. No. We were not in no military relations with Model, but we are from the same background, the same county.
Interesting. So that means this was just two different groups working with a common objective, had no communication.
But if you see the comprehensive peace agreement, you don't find a group with the same idea signing having two signatures to a document. So we're two signatories, Model, LERD. So there's a big difference.
Okay, let's just do hypothetical. Suppose you had gotten closer to each other in combat while reaching your objective. What do you think would have happened to each other?
Depending the military relations. Depending the relations. If the other soldiers that you are meeting, they don't want to comprehend what you intend to do, then maybe you have a problem with them. You have a clash with one another, and who able to pin their friend, and you pin your friend and take their positions, and you begin the martyr.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Do you know anything about how Mr. Taylor was eventually indicted for crimes in Sierra Leone?
Well, I'm now a politician, and that's the same thing that I was saying. Crisis coming from Liberia came from Sierra Leone. I wish the international representatives are here, our journalists are here. Crisis that came from Sierra Leone that brought the Congo invasion came from the arrangement of the president and some other people in Sierra Leone. Today, because we don't love one another, it is true that Taylor imposed hardship on the Liberian people, but Taylor would not have been indicted for what has happened in Liberia. We could sit our brothers and sisters facing them ourselves, say, brother, what you did about, apologize. And when our brother Taylor apologized, we would accept it. But what Taylor for on that side, that indictment on that side is on international level. I don't even go to it.
Okay, thank you. Another hypothetical question, but just to understand your heart. Would you say that if Taylor had been a good president, meaning didn't violate these human rights laws after 1997, do you think Lord or Model would have still had a need to get rid of him simply because he was arrogant and an Americo-Liberian Congo president?
No. You see, let's put truth and facts where it belongs. During the Doe hegemony, Taylor was the GSA director. At that time, the procedure now of purchasing, it was not like that. Do bulk purchasing. And Taylor took money to go purchase F-moving equipments. Instead of buying F-moving equipment, he started to bring in ideas of war. He started bringing ideas of war. And I had Taylor came in. I think you listen to Revelation, you've been hearing. Go to Libya, from Libya, Burkina Faso to this place, to that place. Don't you think people will not fight you? People that were sitting down calmly, no trouble, nobody fighting. Those days. Look at the kind of amenities that are destroyed in the country in the twinkle of an eye. 14 years. Things that were built 30 years, 40 years, 60 years. Look at our hard road electricity dam. Look at the Blackstone turbine, Bourgeois Island, LEC that has been damaged. Look at bomb mines. Look at Lango joint venture. Look at Vampla plywood mill. Look at Maryland plywood mill. Look at the kind of thing that destroyed from this country. Better that you're even chasing with machete.
Okay, so that means, in a sense, he brought a problem during a time when the government was relatively stable from a previous dictator, though. You see, so he has to pay that price, in essence.
Where Brother Steve, I know.
Sorry, my name
when it comes to academic, to be bold, maybe I know you are ahead of me, and you know that. Taylor, they're wrong to us, the Liberian people, to admit. Let's be fair and frank to one another. You say brother to kill one another, brothers killing one another, brother fighting one another, dogmatize everybody. No kind of thing are going on now.
Thank you. Just a casual question. Did you all realize that your mission was going to lead to violations of international humanitarian laws, considering that you are using untrained, unpaid people to fight an inner city war against a democratically elected president? Did this thought come to your mind as part of the strategy? Are you willing to accept those risks from the very beginning?
Commissioner, with the intention Taylor had, what kind of idea or mechanism you were put in place to tell him to stop?
So the answer is yes, you were willing, you realized it.
Oh, you want to hear the yes?
Thank you. Okay, next. Did INPFL immediately give up arms after the death of Doe? Or did they continue to fight with the new government for power sharing rights or other reasons? I'm trying to understand that. You know, some people say that they were the best group because they just gave up right away. But then others are saying, no, they continued to fight a little bit, and they ran out of arms. So that's why they had to end up giving up quickly.
They were military personnel. The majority of them military personnel. But they were those that were in the Liberian military that created a problem we're having today. They were not trained military personnel. Most of them, they professed to be military personnel, but they were not rigidly trained. So they not respected the democratic values.
So you're saying that they did continue to fight a little bit?
Yeah, they continue to fight until the rebel force, Unimo rebel force, pinned them down. The how you escaped from Cowell base.
Okay. So it wasn't just a noble gesture of
No,
getting rid of those.
normal
They wanted
gesture.
the power too.
Normal gesture. You can remember when he testified here and said that he came to town with forces were going by and they got killed at the bridge. They came with an arrangement with ECOWAS that as he come to Monrovia, he came to take Monrovia. When he came, he was not able to take Monrovia. So going back now, the people now want the secret to expose. I had to kill everyone there to Majua Maki. They burned them alive.
Okay. Next one. Considering how you as an indigenous Liberian were sponsored by a so-called Americo-Liberian family, do you honestly believe that division between the classes could not have been resolved without violence? I know this is another hypothetical, but I mean, in your own thinking.
What we're saying here, let's be practical. Let's forget about being rhetorical. We are Liberians, and looking at our normal setting, let's forget our class. I don't care, we like it, we don't like it. The Americo-Liberians are our ancestors. We like it, we don't like it, they are our ancestors. So considering you to be our ancestor, you should consider us to be an integral part of you, important part of you.
Okay.
But don't see yourself to be the superior one. You have a problem. You have a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that. So it was just their poor attitude of the past, but it could have been a non-violent way if they had better attitude and heart to be responsible. I see. Okay. Next. Oh, okay. You answered this one already. You said it was INP. You talked about debts at the port.
Yes.
30 million and 27 million. Did you ever do an age analysis of the debt? Did those debts come from the period of our TRC investigation, meaning 1997 to 2003, or were they debts, outside of that range?
Although some were incurred during the transitional period, but these were debts that we inherited.
Okay.
Like for instance, now, you hear the generation of funds in the port. The jewel of the port is the cargo handling, and no machines there now to handle cargoes in the port, and so many amenities are being destroyed. And one of the things the port needed to be depoliticized.
Okay. You mentioned something also about the high cost of doing business in Liberia, affecting the cost of goods, especially from the security issue. I'm trying to understand, has there been a need, or has that situation changed where we can look forward to a possible reduction in certain of these international prices, like the price of rice, for example? Or is it something that cannot be resolved at this time, from the time you were at the port?
It can be resolved, but it's capital intensive. It can be resolved, but it's capital intensive. Okay. You improving the security, you need huge funds to be spent. And ship coming to your port must be able to have security. Some ship coming to your port, the insurance are very high because they're not sure your port, anything can happen in your port. And sometimes ship coming to your port that's supposed to discharge during the night hours, she's not able to discharge. There's no navigational aid at nights, and all the kind of things have to delay, and you have more demurrages to be paid. So it helps to increase tariff and things then for the ship owners. So insurance goes high.
So is this high level still existing now?
It's existing.
Okay, so that means that the money, for example, that extra cost, is this something that the government is gaining benefit from, or does it go towards international fees?
To admit to you, the World Bank have already started working along with the port in rehabilitating the port, and a whole lot of lapses are down there to be handled. And the way the port is being run there is below international standard. And if you visited Ghana and visited Tamale port, you'll get to know the port is being run below standard. And where the port are run in standard with international ports standard, you have problem.
Okay. So anyway, if things go well, we could look forward to price reductions in the future.
If things go well, you know that Liberia used to be the hub of transshipment before, because of your port. And you know that? Liberia used to be the hub of transshipment because of your port. But now the war has been diverted from Liberia now. It's in the Ivory Coast and Guinea area. So Mali that is landlocked, that used to come here, Mali no more come to Liberia. She goes to Guinea, she goes to Africa. Most of our goods.
Also, some people feel that this group that developed, like the LERD and the Model, that it was somehow linked to just a restructuring of the old ULIMO.
No.
Do you agree with that in any way?
No.
Some of the old fighters that were just hanging around?
No. Because the doctrine of UNIMO at the time was not in line with our stopping war. Yeah, it was almost a continuity of wars. We just continue fighting. The other one come, he's more powerful than the other one. The other one come, he's more powerful than the other one. Since after the war, we put in place this government. Anybody in the corner talking about taking knife. You hear that? But after 1997, the special elections, you had UNIMO J to be on Ken Johnson Road. You had UNIMO K to still be in the Lofa area. You had LPC to be in the Sano area. But not like that. The country is free. So anything that's been carried out now, it means that government and who you responsible.
Do you feel that you all have achieved your goal to end all wars? The goal that LERD put forth?
Yes, to admit, we never came to...
No, I mean, I know externally the peace agreement was there, the war has stopped. But do you believe that realistically, the situation of this country today with multi-party system, multi-ethnicity, heterogeneous political order, that we will see no more war?
The goal is being achieved. It's been achieved.
Okay.
We're also in a democratic elected government, and the government is in place. And I think we are regaining our seats in the Committee of Nations that it never used to be.
Okay,
we got something to be proud of. So I think we have achieved our goal.
Thank you. I guess 10 years from now we'll see.
Not 10 years, that's 3 or 4 years, depending on a good relationship between the two groups.
You didn't simply or former. Okay, another interesting one. You told us about a disarmament process and the process of disorganizing the LERD and the Model. But I was wondering, why couldn't this have been done through a constitutional process? Why did it have to go to an interim government again? Was there a thought that it could have been done where, like Taylor just resigned, and then the vice president takes over, and then the normal constitutional process of getting a new election? Because that same year was the year for election anyway, right? So what led to the fact that there needed to be this interim state?
Commissioner, Commissioner, let's be fair to one another. We should not beat around. Nothing you could have done to Taylor to wait that he end his elections, or he end his election, and that he will not think otherwise.
No, I don't mean that. I know that part was necessary. But after he had gotten to the point where he had no more arms and he realized there was no way, and he gave up.
But have you seen any sense? Have you seen any semblance of that from Taylor?
No, it happened at that time when the arm with his weapons were confiscated, and he sat down. He stepped down from power. Why was there still a need to have this transitional government process as compared to a normal transition?
But what made Taylor step down from power is that after asking to relinquish power, the indictment proceeding were on, and the Nigerian government asked him to go seek asylum. Not because of Lawyer Benny left the country or because of the indictment, crime against humanity.
Okay.
And for lawyer problem, Taylor would have stayed. That own country, he can come and apologize to your brother, say, brother, you're sorry for what I did to you people. And we would have accept that. You know, we'll have our business now.
So then, though he was taken out because of the problem in Sierra Leone, there was still a need for interim process to deal with what? The political differences?
But you have a hegemony that has already been contaminated. Will you allow the remnant of that government to still remain on ground?
Okay, so there was no trust in that situation.
No trust in the government.
All right, thank you. That's what I want to understand. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Commissioner.
My name is Commissioner Massa Washington, and I want to thank you again for coming to cooperate with the Commission.
Thank you.
My colleagues have just about asked all of the questions, so I will just ask you a few questions for the sake of clarification. For example, you gave the initial JCL as being the force that was on the ground, you said, when you all came to form LERD. And you mentioned several names, but you also mentioned a Soko Saka.
Yeah.
I would just like you to clarify which one of the Soko Sakas, because I think they have like 2 or 3 Soko Sakas.
The one that is president in government.
President in government holding what post?
Deputy Minister.
For?
Post and Telecom.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. You also mentioned Mr. Kabine Jane. Is that the same person who is now Associate Justice?
That's the only Jane we have in Liberia.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he was the only Janen in Liberia. Okay. What was his, besides being a founding member of LER, Mr. Janen, what was his exact role as a founding member? What?
He's a founding member. After we sold the idea to him, he bought the idea, and everyone else sat proactively to put in place a mechanism that we can come to attack our tailors' positions militarily.
Okay. Besides being a founding member, did he hold any military post? Or
No, he never held a military post. He was our legal counselor.
He was the legal counsel for the organization?
Legal counselor.
Okay. Was he also a financier?
No, legal counselor.
Okay. My colleague spoke to you lengthily about LER's military operation, and he spoke about the shelling of Monrovia. I would just like you to please just explain to us very briefly what strategy, because he spoke of the July 26th shelling of Monrovia, I think in the tune of 26 shells on Monrovia. Now, what strategy was there by LER for this kind of operation? Like, for example, how many times of day did you guys plan to shell Monrovia? Why was it necessary? And what was the frequency? Was it every day? Was it once a week, twice a week? I just want to understand how the shelling was done.
Commissioner, our intention was not to shell Monrovia.
Okay.
Because as you start to talk about the shells, we start to reawaken the minds of people that sustained injury, people that got killed along that route. And we said earlier, it was not an intention of LORD to shell our citizens' positions. But as the TRC is being established to make sure in ascertaining, she will be able to ask, why is this, why is that? So you ask, and maybe sometimes you get clarification as you wanted. But the fact remains that for the shelling that went on, it was not LORD's intention to shell any position. It was not intention to shell any position. Our intention was to share positions of our opponent that we were fighting the so-called government forces we were fighting. So if during that time, and mistakenly, bracket came, or let's say shell came and dropped in civilian positions, we'll ask for forgiveness.
Okay, we understand that point. The clarification I seek, or the understanding I seek, is not to judge you.
The strategy?
The strategy. I'm just trying
strategy. The strategy part is simple, clear. You know that. You do that to pin down your enemy forces.
No, I don't know, because I'm not a military person. That's why I'm
That's
asking
what I'm
you.
tell
and
you
we're
now.
asking these questions so that we can really know the truth.
We do that to pin down the positions of our enemy.
Okay. For example, it's been said around that there were several shells several times a day. Can you just put some of these?
Actually, to admit to you, I will not be able to give you the time, the frequency of the shelling at the time. But as I know, and the shelling went on during the process.
Okay.
I will not be able to take the frequency.
Okay. You also spoke a little bit about your background, and you said you were a volunteer soldier in the AFL. Before the war or during?
During the war.
The early days of the war?
During the war.
Okay, so are you then one of those who might be considered recruit?
Yes,
you were one of the recruits.
Before you join the military, you are conscripted.
Okay, so you were one of the recruits during the war, during 1990. There were several spoken or reported incidents of death squads during the early 1990s in and around Monrovia that committed some acts of violations against people. Do you know anything? Did you hear anything about these death squads? Do you know who were behind them? Why were they formed?
I told you about the military. Guns are given to people with substance. And to have a standing army of a nation, and that army don't only go a rigid military training, you experience a whole lot at last. Now what went wrong?
Okay, so in other words, the death squads were not a systematic, organized thing. They were just soldiers who, because they were not trained, so they
There's no
violated human rights.
military institution, although they teach you military tactics to combat your enemy, but not to kill your civilians.
But civilians did die a lot.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're telling you about.
What do you know, or what did you hear about the killing of Johnny Paul? He worked closely with the late President Doe.
But you know, Doe was the commanding chief, and he was close to the commanding chief that controlled the military. So anything that happened to him from the military side, I don't have idea. I don't know about it.
But it was one of those cases that was popularly heard all over the place. So
yeah, you said
what
I know about it. That's what I'm saying. Hearing and knowing, but are two different things.
I said, what do you know, and also what did you hear?
I heard that he got killed. That's all I know. I don't even want to go behind what killed him, because I don't want to be part of it, because I don't even like to be associated with a death squad. Why it is true we are part of the military.
So you condemn the actions of the death squad at the time?
I condemn the action of death squad, and I condemn the action of killing innocent civilians.
One clarification, you mentioned repeatedly that civilians were taken from the barracks, mostly of the Kra ethnic group, by ECOMOG, and were taken to the port and they were killed. And you mentioned 1990. Was this during the time that the late president was captured from the port?
You know, for me, when something happened, you know, what will you do with spilled milk? They've been dead and gone. I don't want to reminiscences, so I don't like to talk about it.
Yes, but we need to know, because we need to know the truth in order to really.
But talking about it, other relatives are listening to radio.
You're here to talk about it.
Other relatives are listening to radio. The way I maturely will handle it, will not be able to handle it like that. I think you heard what happened in recent time. after when they were said that the late president was cremated, he saw one went wrong, and we don't want that
I
to happen.
didn't ask you, a point of clarification, I didn't ask you what happened to the late president.
Yeah, so
I'm just trying to
What
understand.
bring tension? That's what I'm saying. Because
I'm just trying
of our people got killed, and we're explaining here. So reiterating it.
Okay, so yes, you explained,
Yeah.
but it's not clear during which time you said it happened, and you said ECOMOG was transporting them at the port, and it was in 1990. So I need to know, was it during this time when the late president was captured, or was it a different time in 1990?
After when they were captured.
Okay. So that was after September?
Within the same September.
Okay.
Within the same September, because they had no other options.
Okay, in the
Like
same
for instance,
September.
one of those.
I'm trying to understand whether there was a system.
You want to know the name of some of those?
No, I'm trying to understand whether there was a systematic thing in place to.
I thought you wanted some of the names.
Yes, I would be appreciated if you gave me some of the names.
Thomas Badi Tode, the former administrative manager of Lamco. Deputy Police Director Peter Stomo McCoyson. The Assistant Minister for International Affairs, you're a linguist, Bako Inyo. Director of Star Alfred Meye. One of my uncles is here now with me. He got wounded there and he survived the exodus. George started, he worked with the National Disarmament Demobilization Commission. So.
Okay, I'm sorry if.
And these people I just named to you, they were people, family here. Some 10, some 15, some 12. There were people that people were living on like in Monrovia. You know, those days when you have brother in Monrovia, everybody will come.
Okay, so were these the civilians who should have been evacuated?
Yes.
Out of the country?
With intention evacuation. That when the trucks came for them. When the truck got there now, instead of evacuating them, they decided slaughtering them.
Okay. So do you know whether it was on the same day of September 9 or the 10 or?
No, after September 9.
After September 9.
After the president left, later on, people started going hector-scatter. People had no hopes. They started. People started seeking for asylum.
We've heard another side also that some of these people were taken into safety, were evacuated by ECOMOG. Is that true? Did you hear any of that?
After when the killing went on incessantly, those that were able to survive, then they evacuated. That how my uncle was evacuated. When you go, you sustain injury. Now the bullet, you have a bullet wounds. And still bothering him, although he did operations, but from the method, he's still experiencing problem.
So then you think it was a planned, organized system of elimination against your people?
Well, sister, where you found a whole truck people massacring them, what do you think about?
Okay, my last question about that, I see is a touching point for you. About how many persons, civilians, you think were victims of this?
I want to believe more than 10 to 5 schools. More than 10 to 5 schools.
Okay. Did they include women and children?
Yes.
Okay. All right. My last question to you, you mentioned repeatedly that the funding that was received by the UNDP for the demobilization rehabilitation program for ex-combatants, in your opinion, you think it was squandered? It wasn't used for that purpose?
We, from the warring background, we were monitoring it because we had no other means of making our ex-combatant resourceful. It was this commission we were depending on to make the ex-combatant resourceful. And this money were squandered and the exercise never went on. Only very few, let's say, benefited. Very few.
Okay.
And a huge amount of money, such a money now to come to Liberia now for a program like that would be very hard. If you want that kind of money now, you start experiencing the donor fatigue.
Okay, following your observation and suspicion, did you try to talk to some of those who were in charge of this program, including the UNDP or even officials of this?
Yeah, later on, because we have limited time, because we were operating for 24 months. So after 24 months, as the time was elapsing, later on, the government came in and the new people they just put in-house at the National Disarmament Demobilization Commission, they are doing extremely well now. But the last time I visited them, there's a program where I think with the IMO, where they are teaching the ex-combatant to prepare something they call compo. And the compo is for the productions of fertilizer. They'll teach you how to fix the machine, and they give you the machine, they give you the tools required. So the present NCDDRR is doing extremely well than before.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, Commissioner Pearl Brown Bull again. During the question, they will ask you specifically about certain areas and certain atrocities that were done by LERD after you had established the fact of your role and your position. And you said most of them you had no knowledge of. And you say if the witnesses could come forward, we could show it, then you'll be able to know whether to assume responsibility. After listening to the questionings, I want to, and you also refer us to the website of LERD to show what were your manifesto and what were your plan of actions and stuff. Okay, we also know that you all were trained, most of you, according to your statement here, that most of the people who fought have been trained. You starting with your ROTC at Kakata, BWI, to your role in the Army as Master Sergeant in AFL, straight to ULIMO, straight to LERD. Now, so you also know about Universal Declaration on Human Rights, and when there's a war, what should be done. After hearing this, I gave you two specific incidents, because you say when you know the incidents, you'll be able to assume responsibility or not. LERD was stationed in Vonchema on the Catholic compound during the period of LERD. In Vonchema, LERD, whatever force you call it, the preventative or war or whatever, was stationed at a Catholic compound. And the Catholic compound would be considered for schools and other places. And in fighting war, international standard of which Liberia signatories to, when there's war, you should not be fighting or going into compounds where schools are. So you can check there or to verify. And when you verify, you can tell whether LERD should take responsibility for that. In Mansarado County, in Broadville, Lord Carey Mission, that was founded in 1907. You go there, and that letter was written in the newspaper. The picture was displayed in the newspaper, and it was displayed here, but you can go and see it. LERD used Lord Carey Baptist Mission on the Simple River to post the artillery. That's what they use to put their weapons. The Lord Carey Mission administrative building was destroyed. It's there, $100,000. They show picture, they wrote Mr. Connor. And the pictures, Reverend Jeremiah Walker displayed the pictures here. The people who were killed, their names there, they are known. And the skulls, the remnant was there. But the administrative building that cost about $100,000 was destroyed. So that was like a girls and boys dormitory, a school building. They had even a clinic there. They used that as the artillery. So you can go and the witness there it speaks for itself. So those are two instances where schools were used as artillery. You put your weapons there. So you can check that out. It's public notice. You can check those two places among others, but since you say you wanted to be sure to identify, we've identified that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I don't know from the statement you just made, where in military operation, areas that are visible, we don't use them to store our arms. You will not see a circular area and go store arms, whereas you know that Lakuri mission is on the road. Lakuri mission is on the road. I don't know if you're able to equate the destruction of Lakuri to that the destruction of MVDC and Vonjima Multilateral that were offering both academic and vocational. So I don't know the reasons why this has been overemphasized. As you stated, that it's against humanitarian or law and procedures. But Lakuri mission is alone, is on the route, and that route, two belligerent forces exchange arms, daily arm along that route. So you might expect destructions and things to go on during that time. So I don't want you to relegate it to law or relegate it to NPFL until you can conduct an investigation. The civilians that were there, that giving you the information, were they there when the people were fighting? People exchanging arms? So I don't want to believe that the Lakuri mission were used. And before our coming to Monrovia, the government forces were already in those positions. So no, we can really get that to Lord. So my going there to see for what thing war is over, we have disbanded. A law has been disbanded. I'm going there to see what Secretary General Emeritus is going to see debris or why he destroyed or what. Whereas we are looking for development, we are gearing towards development. So the Google schools are destroyed. I know the development at Lakuri are offer. And myself, I regret the incident for the destruction of Lakuri. But other schools, other Google schools destroyed. Like the Vonjima Multilateral, all of the vocational training materials, carpentry, automotive mechanic, those schools were destroyed. But nobody talk about it. But only Lakuri around the road where forces passing, fighting one another, only school can be talked about. But we have no problem with that. Any other thing, I know Jeremiah Walker, and we've been in discussion before making sure for peace to come to Liberia. So he said no. At the time he wrote Sekou, as he stated, but he negotiated with us for peace to come. And we work along with him. We accepted all of it. His request, and what we are on today. So all of them bear responsibility for what happens in the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness.
Yes, sir.
For taking up your time to come and share these moments with us. I have just very few questions which may take the form of the need for further clarification also. But before I go into that, I want to emphasize, and that's for our benefit and for those who are here and who may be listening, that the TRC is a truth-seeking institution and that we are fact-based rather than evidence-based. Because it is not a court. It is a process where we come together and share information, know the truth of what happened. So basically, we rely on people's personal experiences, and we rely on what people know they saw or did, and anything of the kind. That is why we appreciate it when leaders who are active practitioners come forward to share information with us. Having said that, you emphasized that one of the problems in Ulimo was that the military had superior authority over the civilian. So it gives me the impression that that error, that mistake was corrected in Lord.
Yes.
Okay, so there was a clear...
We corrected it.
Okay.
Yeah. So why it does, like for instance, you have a group, then you made the military powerful. Then I, Gbala, although I'm a senior member, but you have other members that are playing with the military, having some other groupings within the military. So when it gets ready, you can't control it. But when the military is subjugated to the political leadership, where you have a chief of staff, you have a deputy chief of staff, you have a G1, G2, G3, provost marshal. He knows that anything he does, he'll be reprimanded. Then he'll be afraid.
So how strong was the military?
The military was very strong. Very, very strong. Although it was not a standing army, but it was strong.
Immense strength, how many?
Our strength?
Yeah.
To admit we were, let's say, 7,000 to 8,000.
7,000 to 8,000.
7,000 to 8,000.
Can you speak of the military leadership, the structure? Who
Yeah, the military leadership, we have the chief of staff.
As the first person?
The first person, the deputy chief of staff, G1, G2, G3, G4, G5. Inspector General.
G3 all the way to G5?
Yeah, Inspector General.
Can you say who the chief of staff and deputy were?
The chief of staff is, at the time, was Charles Dent.
Okay.
And the deputy was Sheriff, Saya Sheriff. Saya Sheriff. Later when Charles Dent died and he took over as the chief of staff.
Okay. Then the political leadership.
The political leadership, you have the chairman.
Which was Damatic Colonel?
Yeah, you have the vice chairman for administration.
Yeah.
Chair the Chaido. Then you have the Secretary General.
Who was the Secretary General?
The legal counsel. Speaking to you.
Okay.
You don't want to be aware?
Then you had legal advisor.
Yeah, legal advisor. Then we had international political affairs officer.
Who was that?
Honorable Doe. He was the vice chairman for international affairs. International affairs.
George Dwyer, you mean?
George Doe.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Did the leadership recognize that the fighting forces committed some form of violations against ordinary citizens?
Commissioner, no man is perfect beside God. No man is perfect beside God. So we will not say that during the time we're coming supersonic, that will not make no mistake. Mistake were alone the route. And we, the leaders, or the spokesmen of the organizations, we will ask our brothers and sisters that wounds were inflicted on to forgive us. Because our intention were not devilish to say that we intended to do that. We wanted to dethrone a criminal empire. The empire is being dethroned. So let's put our bits and pieces together so that the children will go to school. But our days finish. And the kids now will try to mold their minds to see how well what we can do for them. But it was reason for which it went on. But we sorry that alone around people wounds were inflicted and people sustained injury and a whole lot of things. We owe an apology. We are not mighty, and we are not aged more than the 1847 country. So we want to say that we owe an apology. But our intention were not devilish. Our intention were to make sure to put in place, and today is happening. Yesterday in Liberia, you couldn't find Liberians engaged in business, engaged in doing international businesses. But now they're going to the market. Liberia are gradually growing, although war bar, but from war things develop. So by along the route things are happening, we want to ask for forgiveness.
Speaking from the position of leadership.
Yes.
And I want you to say, what are some of those wrong things that the leadership gathered or you gathered that were done?
Things that are gathered, or maybe there are certain things consider me be a leader that I don't see that other people see. Or maybe the fighters will not report to me. This is why I said to you, extending army, you can reprimand a standing army, because a standing army, you pay them, and they are on oath. But a rebellious army can do anything and except where it is severe to the extent and you on the spot to see that you can reprimand them. So that's why the point I'm speaking from. So we don't want to say that Laura were extra cathedral, that when she was coming, she was so perfect, nothing happened along the route. Our intention were not to commit atrocity, abuse human rights. Our intention were to make sure that we restore social, economic, and political stability. And that's what we wanted. Only thing we wanted. I think since after we entered the town, since we left the port, have you heard of money anywhere? Commissioner? Because the reason why I asked that question is that somebody who say want trouble, you be around, behaving, loose. You don't even sit down to discuss good things with people. You always talk ugly things. You want Liberia to go back to war. For what? The war has ended. That's why I use the word preventive war. No more war will come in Liberia. And anybody that intend to bring war here, you'll be punished. You yourself, you'll be punished. No war can come here. War has ended. Look at the kind of thing that destroying this country. You go around now, our atmosphere has been polluted from using generators. See, that kind of thing happening. No, the pipe-borne water we used to have, you can't get it around. The dam has been destroyed. When will you fix the dam? Money to use to improve school, to equate with modern standard. You're taking money to build this, to build down, build other things, and so we know the route, along the route, things happen. And we are not extra cathedral. And this is why we said the truth and reconciliation must come about. I think in my presentation here, I say from our past mistakes, so that we will be able to see what we can do to make sure that we put things on course, so that we don't have the repercussion. And to admit, although I'm not God, but as God-fearing child, I know that no war will come in this country again. The war has ended. Other countries experience theirs. The only thing now for us to see how well we can engage ourselves in industrialization, most especially the agro-industry, so that we'll be able to develop.
You spoke of prisoners of war.
Yes.
And you said were treated very nicely.
Very fairly.
How would you describe the fair treatment?
Okay, there's a fellow now, is Asari, he travels. He was captured and he came with us when we came to Monrovia. And he was with us until out of the telecom. And decided to travel, and I subsidized his program to travel.
That is one. Can you, as Secretary General, estimate or approximate how many prisoners of war your organization?
Normally, we don't consider a prisoner of war in a sense that we are all Liberians fighting for the same goal. There were some that were taken innocently to fight, and I even know about what's happening. But because we get caught up in the web, you got nothing else to do but to just continue. So we don't consider you a prisoner. We share with you, we eat together, we share things in common, we share toiletries. We don't say that you better more than the other person like that. No.
There were 6, 7, 10, 100, 200.
No. We never collected prisoner of war more than 300 and no.
During the time of disarmament, was any documentation done of them and surrender to Omeo perhaps?
At the time we came to Monrovia, those that we suspected or that were or collected to be prisoner of war, they came to Monrovia, everybody want life, and I said earlier, while it's true they were supposed to be documented, but during the disarmament process, they were giving the ID card to be used to make themselves resourceful. And some of them are doing well, some of them are undergoing vocational training.
So there is no documentation of
I think the only documentation is the disarmament statistic that they got. And prisoner of war, Liberians, we were not fighting country to country to say that you keep the other man on the other side to say that prisoner. We are all Liberians. So we were not looking at the international level, the Geneva Convention, where Liberia was fighting Guinea and you capture people from Guinea, you consider to be prisoner of war. You look at your own brother and consider to be prisoner of war. Although through exchange of fire, But now we're standing, we are seeing the same Liberia fighting for the same goal.
How would you explain what came to be known as World War I, World War II, World War III?
Okay.
As if
we were insisting, then even the Liberian people are not going to see us. But sometime when we come in, when the forces come in, Taylor forces come, fighting is sometime you pin down your friend pinned you down until finally somebody can pin one of their friends down. So sometimes we come closer in the midst of the civilian and we see that we're not healthy for civilian and how we used to live. How the forces to live for between the civilian forces until the civilians decided certain time to go along with the men. So they just named the gave it World War I, World War II.
I mean, I was more concerned about how it happened and why it happened. Was that a military strategy, or Lord came in and was always rebuffed by the government forces?
It was mainly used. It was a strategy used to protect the civilians, because sometimes when you come and enter among the civilians, and later on they come with heavy fight, you start to fight among the civilian substance. You have a whole lot of civilian casualty, and that's what we wanted to debate.
What was the objective of the third round?
Come in?
What was the objective of the third round?
The third round?
Yeah.
It was we were coming. We were wanting for Taylor to relinquish power. So the third round coming to Monrovia, we were coming now so that he can relinquish power and usher in an interim government. Our intention, our objective, we were wanted to dethrone Taylor. Our objectives, and you cannot be the poor to dethrone Taylor. You got to get to a position to dethrone him.
So the mission was to take Monrovia, cross the bridge, take Monrovia, take the executive mansion.
I said earlier, if you read our manifesto, we're not come to take state power. No. This is what, at the time, we met with Major General Thomas Turner. After when the U.S. President visited, first time George Bush visited Africa. When he was going back, he decided to establish a team that he sent to us. And they met us. They said, "What's your problem?" We said, "We got no problem. We have a military that is of your orientation. You abandon the military, and the military started going astray. So things are not going good in Liberia, and you see they begin to maltreat our citizens. And military has to protect the sovereignty of the people. No more protect the sovereignty of the people. So they all decided to fight Taylor." He said, "Okay. So what you want?" So want Taylor relinquish power and put in place an interim government. He said, "Okay." And what we were for. And we were listening to the international community. If we monitor us keenly, we were listening to the international community. Because we came as far as the new bridge. The American ambassador, at that time we were in Ghana, but it was being monitored. He asked that we should pull back to Freeport. We pull back to Freeport. He got in Freeport, said we should pull back to Pearl River, pull back to Pearl River. Then General Wonobi came that we should disengage from all the positions along the route from Pearl River to Tomaber, and we did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Joe Gbala, we have just come to the end of your testimony before the commission, and we appreciate that you have come and that your testimony has contributed and added some value to our work.
Thank you, sir.
Before you leave, is there a last word you want to leave with the commission or the people of Liberia?
Yes, sir. The Truth and Reconciliation, as we stated, it came from what we wanted, and it's established today. And considering your age, with Home Steward, Brother Como, Sis Washington, Stephen Bro, we want to say thank you for time taking. It's good to make reference. It's good to make reference certain time. South Africa, we aided South Africa in alleviating the apartheid policy. A whole lot of things we did for South Africa, and we have today South Africa. She's one of the countries in the world, world power in the world. He had dismount Tutu at the time to be the chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So try to do some international consultations so that you will be guarded, considering you in your embryo stage. And we want to say thank you. You got my number, considering my background being a defunct Secretary General or defunct warring parties, so that we can work together. Any other thing you want from me, any other thing you want me to do, my doors are open 24 hours, 24/7 to you. I want to say thank you very much for your hard work.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you also. You may now leave kindly.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Officer, we adjourn for the day tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We adjourn and come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock.